86. You never learned. Trying to be good for the last 5 years because I guess he wants out.
Yep, we're on. He's bringing Moose Lake up.
Oh, thank you.
We have the other members.
Jody isn't on yet. She doesn't need to be on
Until
quite yet.
Ridiculous.
Bet. But now she's walking again. She fully recovered.
Oh, God. There he is.
Okay. Good afternoon. At this time, I'm going to call the regular meeting of the Supervised Release Board to order. And we will start by doing a roll call of the members. Member Christine Bray.
Here.
Member Andrew Larson.
Here.
Member Cheryl Ramstead.
Here.
And Member Paul Schnell is here. The case, the first case we are hearing today is not a case that's involving someone who is certified as a juvenile at the time. We will call on the other members in the next hearing. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Holmes-Larson to kick us off.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rebecca Holmes-Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and for the Board. We're here today to review Lyle Joseph Nystrom, who is present by video at the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Moose Lake. Mr. Nystrom also has his advocate and mother participating today, Ms. Dana Sanchez. Thank you for coming today. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with board members Christine Bray, Andrew Larson, and Cheryl Ramstead.
I don't even want to see him.
We do also have a few victim survivors present in our room today. We'll let them speak in just a little bit. Mr. Nystrom, on October 27th, 1997, you rode a bike past the victim, Samuel Lee Caffey III. You then stopped and walked back toward him, and then you drew a .22 caliber pistol and shot 3 times at Mr. Caffey, one of the shots hitting him in the head. On April 16th of 1998, Lyle Joseph Nystrom was sentenced to life with the possibility of parole by Hennepin County District Court after having been found guilty of the offense of first-degree murder. Today's review by the board represents your initial review after serving 27 years of incarceration. Your minimum parole eligibility date will occur on October 31st of 2027. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner?
Good afternoon, Mr. Nystrom. Before we get into our questions of you, I'm going to turn this over to Drea Stefani from our staff just to introduce the people that are here today from Mr. Caffey's family.
So I have Willie Jean.
I need you to speak up.
Speak really loud.
Willie Jean and Beatrice, and then also on virtual appearing for the family is Chandra and Kira.
And Sam's mother is not here. I don't know if they know the reason why.
You can explain.
It was my choice. Me and Sam's mom is like a year apart. It's just 4 siblings. Me, Jean, Sam's mom, and my brother back home in Ohio. We don't have any family here. No, so I chose not to tell Sam's mother, okay, because she just was diagnosed with cancer, went through extensive radiation and extensive chemotherapy, okay, and surgery. All right, and she's having problems now. So I chose not to tell her this because I don't want her to have to live this nightmare all over again like we're living it right now. After 27 years, we're still very angry. I think you should never get out. I got your disciplinary records here. It's like 86 disciplinary actions. I think if you get out, you would harm someone else again. And 30 years is not long enough. You should do life. never ever walk the streets again. I can't see my nephew. I can't even put a picture up of him to this day. None of us have pictures of him. He was a very nice kid. He was on his way back to school, which you should have been at school as well. But you chose and planned it 2 weeks ahead of time to take his life because you broke into my sister's car to steal a tape player. My nephew lost his life for a tape player. He was a nice kid, smart, going to the Air Force afterwards. But you ruined his life, and you ruined our life forever. But guess what? The new cars don't have tape players in them anymore. I just bought a new Mercedes, and they don't have tape players. And yes, we're very angry about it. And no sorry or nothing could even touch us. Okay, it's not going to do any good. Okay, because I haven't seen my nephew for 27 years. I've never, ever seen him mad, ever. I've never seen my nephew mad. You chose to take my nephew's life. It was your fault, and that's why he's not here today. You should have got a job and bought you a tape player. You probably didn't even have a car to put a tape player in. So what did you steal it for? Trying to steal it. You didn't make it. You broke the window, and he heard you. And that's how it all started. About a tape player.
And you should have been in
been in school
like he was.
You didn't even have a job. I mean, you probably didn't even have a car to put a tape player in.
So
what you trying to steal tape players?
Sell it for money.
For what? You gonna get $20?
Who knows?
I mean, that's like real petty. Yeah. And that ain't your first rodeo. We know you were in juvenile as well. So you haven't learned your lesson and you ain't rehabilitated. You can't tell me. I got your disciplinary records here. Yeah, right.
You should never, ever
get out and walk the streets,
prison.
Ever.
Because you are not rehabilitated. You have not done nothing while you were in prison. You have not did any schooling.
Yeah, he done something. He got 86 disciplinary actions.
Yeah, I'm saying other than like take a trade, go to school, anything.
This ain't gonna do him any good because this is his life. He's institutionalized. This is what he likes. This ain't his first rodeo. You never learned.
Because somebody else got to talk.
Let somebody else talk.
Look here.
I could be doing other things. It's like a waste of my time here.
Kira, would you like to provide your statement?
Yes, I would. What I'm looking at right now, I see my Aunt Jean and I see some man with a white T-shirt on. Who is that?
I don't know who that is.
Is Mr. Nystrom.
Is that
Mr. Nystrom?
looking at right now?
That's the one that took your cousin's life.
That's Lyle.
Yeah, that's the killer.
Yeah, that's Mr.
Okay.
Nystrom, yeah.
The killer.
Okay, so this is kind of hard. This is kind of hard for me because I never, thought that I would come to this day. Can you guys hear me good? Because I'm kind of in my room and the fan is on. Okay. So my name is Kiera Stevenson. I'm reading off of my paper that I have wrote. So I hope you can hear me clearly, Lyle.
Sure.
My name is Kiera Stevenson, and I'm here today. I'm in Ohio, and I am here today to speak on behalf of my cousin Sam Caffey and our family. I was only 7 years old in 1997, but I still remember the day I found out that Sam, my only first cousin at the time, was taken from us. I was getting off the school bus and into the car with my mom. And as we stopped at a red light, she turned to me and told me that Sam wasn't coming back. Lyle's selfish act has changed our family forever. Still to this day, I can see Sam in the casket. Like I was 7 and I still can see him laying there. Sam was an incredible person, kind-hearted, and full of potential. He was only 18 years old, preparing to join the military after graduating. Ready to serve his country, but he never got that chance because his life was taken too soon. To this day, my aunt, Sam's mother, her only child, suffers immensely. She cannot bring herself to have his pictures around. Nobody in the family can have his pictures around because the memories are too painful. When she's around children, sometimes she tells them she once had a son, but even that is too difficult for her. The pain of losing her only child has left a void that will never be filled. Lyle's actions didn't just rob us of Sam. They robbed us of a future filled with memories, love, and laughter. Our family's loss cannot be undone, and the impact doesn't stop here. Lyle has been a troubled individual before this tragedy. with a history of skipping school, getting into trouble, even while in prison. He has continued to be a disturbance, showing that he remains a risk to society. I firmly believe Lyle should serve the rest of his life in prison. He should not be given the opportunity to harm another family as he had harmed ours. My family would never get Sam back, and we will carry this pain for the rest of our lives. Lyle has demonstrated time and again that he is a menace to society. Even as a young person, he showed no regard for the law or safety of others, and his criminal behavior has only escalated tragically. His reckless actions led to death of my beloved cousin, causing harm to our family and leaving a void that can never be filled. This is not a case of a single mistake. Anti-behaviors, both before and after his crime. Releasing him would place our community at risk. For the safety of all, I urge you to ensure he serves his whole life incarcerated. He has not earned the privilege of returning to society, and justice demands that he remain in prison for the remainder of his life. Since taking Sam's life, the Lyle has shown a disturbance record of disciplinary violations, displaying violent and destructive behavior that poses a continued threat to others. Although he has remained discipline-free since April 2019, his earlier record reveals a pattern of aggression that should not be ignored. Before April 2019, he was involved in numerous incidents, including abuse and harassment, 3 incidents, failure to comply with regulations, 4 incidents, possession of alcohol, 6 incidents, assault on a fellow inmate, 3 incidents, disobeying direct orders, 10 incidents, threatening others, 2 incidents, possession of contraband and weapons, multiple incidents, assault on a staff member, 1 incident, possession of intoxicants and illegal drugs, 3 incidents, destructive of property, 1 incident. His last record violations in 2019 included being found guilty of lying and misrepresentation and possessing unauthorized medication, which reflect on ongoing disregard for rules. His history shows that his behavior wasn't a single phase, but part of a deeply rooted pattern. For the safety of our community and the justice of Sam's life, I urge that he serves his whole life behind bars. His extensive record of misconduct in a controlled environment demonstrates he is not suited for release. To allow him back into society will put innocent people at risk. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
It would, yes.
Kara, is there somebody else with you or Chandra?
Chandra.
No, that's my stepmom. She's not talking.
Okay,
She's not
I
talking.
see Chandra's
She
on
just
line here.
Oh, she's not talking. Okay.
Oh, okay, Chandra's not gonna.
She's a school teacher.
Okay,
So
sorry.
Yes,
She
she's
just
a
listened.
I
Okay,
believe Chandra's.
can she say?
I thought she was going to speak.
Chandra, can
She
you hear
can't
us?
speak. She got on the wrong one.
Okay, all right.
I can speak.
Oh,
Okay. We just want to make sure you have that opportunity.
Yeah, I just want to say that Sam is totally missed, and Lyle, you should never, ever return to society.
Thank you. And I, just on behalf of the board, I want to thank you for being here. I know this is painful, as the other two
very.
mentioned, and I'm
Yes.
sorry for that.
I also want to say something. Sorry to interrupt, but because this just bring back memories. I mean, because I was 7 years old. Lyle, I mean, you went around bragging to your friends, because now I can see you. You can't see me. That day, you went and bragged to your friends what you did. They didn't even say that. My aunts didn't even mention that. You went and told your friends what you did, and then your friends went and told on you because you wanted them to be a part of what you was trying to steal something out of my aunt's car, and your friends told, because you was in the streets. Everybody know the streets talk. That's how it is. And you took his life for no reason. He didn't have a weapon. He was there to go get his gym clothes. He was playing tryouts for basketball. tryouts for basketball, basically at the wrong place at the wrong time, down the street from his house. And you know, that same day when my aunt got off of work, because she was at work when you unalived her son, she was at work, and her neighbor said, you know, somebody got shot down the street. She's opening her door, and she said, oh, really? I hope they okay. And you know what happened? The detectives come knocking on her door, telling her it was her son.
Okay.
Now, and yes.
Okay, so I'm going to make sure, appreciate that the input, and I'm going to make at this point move over to begin the process of the conversation the board would have with Mr. Nystrom. Mr. Nystrom, I'd like to start by asking you what it is you would like to see happen as a result of today's meeting, and any thoughts you have around kicking this off in relation in respect to the information you heard from the people who are left behind as a result of your offense.
I understand the grief and the pain I've caused the Caffey family, and there's nothing I can say or do to take that away. You know, I've caused this, you know, my selfish actions in taking Sam's life that night or that day, you know. At this point, I'm no longer that 18-year-old kid that's scared and don't know how to ask for help, you know. And while I have bettered myself over the years, I hold 3 state licenses. I'm a peer recovery specialist, licensed with the state of Minnesota. As soon as I pay my $20, I have a special boilers operations license, and I'm a second-year plumbing apprentice. I've shared me and Sam's story multiple times in restorative justice to reach the guys in here to show them the misjudgment I had on my own part, where I viewed Sam as a threat when the only threat out there that day was me. And that my misjudgment has caused a ripple effect not only to the Caffey family, but to the community of North Minneapolis, where gun violence is still an issue. And while I can never give back what I've taken, I spend every day trying to pay it forward now, you know, by helping others recover in sobriety, by showing my life and everything I've done wrong, so that maybe when they leave here one day, they don't do the same things I've done. But as to what I expect from this, you know, it's hard to ask after hearing the views of the family, you know. And I'm sorry that my actions has reopened this grief, you know. But I do ask to be stepped down to minimum, you know, to continue my plumbing apprenticeship. If allowed, I would be able to obtain my journeyman's license by 2028, and a year later a master's, where I'd be able to take on my own apprentices, you know. And I would like to be able to continue my work as a peer recovery specialist, helping people find their path to sobriety, as I do here in Moose Lake. You know, I would also ask for the maximum amount of time of work release, if that's an option. You know, being that I have spent my entire adult life in prison. But right now it's just real hard, because as I've learned and grown over the years, and yes, I've caused a lot of trouble in my younger years here. You know, I've had a problem with addiction. I'm no longer that person. I do not want to be, my ripple effect has been one of harm, one of grief, one of damage, not only to Kathy's family, Samuel Kathy's family, but to the Northside community, to my own family and friends. Now I strive every day to make that one of positivity. And while if you speak with the staff here at Moose Lake, they'll let you know that I use my influence amongst my peers as one of positivity, of no longer of negativity, you know. And I try to do the right thing every day, you know. And I ask of you to give me a chance. And it's hard to do because I know Sam will never have that chance. But that's what I ask for, is a chance.
So let me ask, you know, you talk about I'm not the same person. And, you know, obviously 27 years have passed. And yet, you know, as was pointed out, and I think there's no disputing that there is an extensive record of challenges over the course of time, discipline and those sorts of things. Can you talk about what was it and when was it and how was it that this change that you're talking about came about? What was it?
One of my major infractions when I attacked another inmate in Oak Park Heights, I had spent 540 days at ACU. And that is the most, for people that don't know, that's the most solitary you can get in the Minnesota prison system. And when I was sitting in there, I was alone with myself. There was no more distractions of drugs. There was no more distraction of prison politics. It was just me looking at myself in the mirror. And I did not like what I seen in that mirror. And I started questioning myself and the path I was taking. And I started thinking of ways that I needed to better myself. And it wasn't an overnight change. And it wasn't to think I was going to be this better person for this day that we're here today. And as I got out of ACU in 2007, I started post-secondary classes, and I met a teacher, post-secondary teacher, Susan Meredith, who taught me to seek the why behind it. And that's what I slowly started doing. And as you see in my discipline, instead of going weeks or months between discipline, I'm starting to put years in between my reports. But I was still struggling with my addictions. And at the time, I didn't know I was still running from my emotions by trying to numb my brain from the guilt and the shame. But as I got to Rush City and I started programming, I took part in multiple programming, and I labeled it in my thing. Power of People taught me about subtractors and adders. And all my life, I've been a subtractor to my own family, to my community, basically to everybody that came in contact with me. And that troubled me because I did not want to be that person, you know. I want to be the person that gives back, that eventually becomes a multiplier that can help other people exceed their potential. And with that, I got involved in restorative justice, understanding through my own actions of what I truly did, you know. Because for a long time, in my twisted view, I justified my actions as that Sam was a threat when he was no threat at all. And as I went from thinking for a change to the dog program to sitting the last 2 years in the treatment program back here, dealing with emotional growth and helping others, it just showed me the error of my ways. And today, whether I spend the rest of my life in prison or I am given a second chance, I no longer want to be the person responsible for damage, for harm. I want to be responsible for people becoming better, achieving their potentials, pulling them out of situations that I had found myself in as a juvenile, you know? And that's the way I've lived my life for the last 5 years and for the last 15 years, is slowly becoming better. You know, this was not an overnight change. This was an extreme struggle, you know? And as Mr. Caffey's family has stated, I was institutionalized. I became embedded in the prison politics because this is my life. I didn't know no better, you know? Well, I knew better, but this is my life. And I didn't have that person to show me, hey, you could do something better until later in life. And now that I have that, I push to help other guys do the same, is to be better.
When you think about the enormity of the harm you cause, and you use the word the shame that you've experienced as a result of some of this, how do you go about managing that part of it and recognizing the harm and how you go forward?
How do I understand it, or
what do you think about it? How do you process that in terms of going forward?
I process that into being better, into helping others. Like I said, I cannot give the Caffey family back what I took from them. And the only thing I have left is to pay it forward in public service, you know, through my peer recovery, through my mentoring. And how I understand all this is, in the early 80s, my uncle was killed in North Minneapolis. And I watched my grandma, till her dying day, take that grief with her. And I used to hold animosity for the guy that caused my family so much grief and destruction. And I realized that I became that man for the Caffey family. You know, I've caused grief, the same grief and destruction, I just passed it on, you know, in a selfish act. And that's how I understand, that's where the shame and guilt comes from. Because when Miss Wilson was on that stand testifying, that's when it hit me that I created my grandmother all over again. You know, I could not lift my head to look at her while she testified. And since that day, I felt shame for that, and still do. And I cope with that by trying to be the best me that I can every day.
What are the challenges that Lyle Nystrom still faces and deals with today? What are the things that you have to be mindful of?
Self-isolating. I've had an issue in my life where I was left alone to deal with issues on my own. So I wasn't comfortable with asking for help. And now, so what I would do is I would isolate from everybody. I'd push people away from me. I would not seek that help. I've learned now that when there is problems, when there is trouble, I need to seek the proper help. And that's one thing I learned here in Moose Lake, is speaking about what's going on inside me and looking for that help outside of me so that I'm not stuck in my own misery.
When's the last time you did that isolation? What was the last circumstance? Can you think of when that was?
I want to say it was about 6 years ago. I mean, when I got real bad is when my friend shot himself. And I just went into my cell and stayed away from everybody. You know, that was in Rush City. You know, and that's when I went to the hole the last time too. And the struggles I've had of recent is more of pushing people away, you know, as I struggled with my emotional intelligence of sharing. Mm-hmm.
You've obviously you've done a lot on the vocational front, you know, which I think, you know, puts you in a good place from a standpoint of you know, a future where you could have a livelihood. What can you describe out of the experience of the peer recovery specialist training and certification side of that? What's the most impactful part of serving in that role and that training? What has been most useful to you?
Most useful to me is talking about my experiences and with strangers, you know. So here at Moose Lake, anybody can put in a kite and ask to speak with one of us. And depending on what they're going through, if we have a shared experience, I share experiences with me. I'm learning to share with people that are not close friends or family, you know. I'm learning to trust, be more open with me, you know, and as I share my grief and my issues, they become less of problems for me. So it's like a dual thing. While I'm helping them figure out their path, they're also helping me along mine.
You've put together information that around a release plan and so forth that covers a wide variety of different areas, and you identify for instance, people that are in your support circle. Do you feel that given the fact that for the last 5 years or so since your last discipline and so forth, where your progress has been probably most substantial, I'm guessing, that the support circle you would have in the community is broad enough, is adequate enough to kind of provide the kind of web of support that you may need if and when you were to be released?
Yes, I believe it is. I have more networking to do, but through beginning new with Justin McNeil and MRC, Minnesota Recovery Connection, as my professional help and as for potential employment of continuing my peer recovery, and also with others I have reached out to in the Native community for my spiritual, I believe it is enough, I mean, if I was to be released, I know I've been asked for, steps of what you're going to do this day or this week, this month. Yet where I would have to take things real slow and just reconnect with everybody, of dealing with life struggles and connecting with my support system.
Thank you for that. You obviously, you know that the process is that when you're serving a life sentence, in your case, in most cases, Minnesota, that's a 30-year minimum, and you get seen at 27 years, which is reflected in this hearing. And you know, obviously, we saw that you've done a lot in terms of putting together your plan for today. One of the things that you identified that you talked about budgeting and need to work on that, and I'm struck because you don't have you have your gate money obviously, but you have not done a lot of work or preparation on that side. Talk about what you need to do to get find yourself in a better position.
Well, what I'm doing right now is the transitions staff here, May Lewis, has started a long-term reentry group, and through my plumbing, she set up what I would get a base pay for. She's running it through a program of what I get back for after taxes, and she asked me what I plan to do, apartment, car, bus, whatnot, to get back and forth to work, price of food, and I got to come up with a budgeting plan of money I want to save, and I'll be called down there at random, and I might there's a surprise vet bill, or car has a flat tire, just to teach me budgeting, because I came in at 18 years old and I was a juvenile delinquent. My money management skills have been poor my entire life because I've never had to save for nothing. Money has always been given to me, and so that's the thing I got to learn the most of, is valuing that dollar and working for it and saving and budgeting for the future. And that's why I've took up plumbing as my main vocation, but I've also got other vocations where I will make a substantial wage if given a chance to work that on the outside of here.
This is the last question for me, and I'll open it up to other board members before we turn to your mom. But can you tell us, why is it that we should believe that you're not a threat to public safety?
My actions should speak for it. My last time of violence was over 15 years ago. I have not acted out in anger or put my hands on anybody, And since being in Moose Lake, I've been faced with many challenges where I had to turn around and walk away. And one had been documented by the treatment staff, I'm not, like I said, my actions can speak better than my words. I'm not using my influence for negative. I'm not being a harm to anybody. I'm trying to add. And I have no intentions of ever being the cause of anybody's grief again.
Thank you. I just want to open the floor to other board members who may have questions for Mr. Nystrom.
Mr. Nystrom, I have one question. It wasn't clear to me from reading, but did you submit an apology letter? Are you in the process of it, or where's that?
So in 2000, was it 2020, one had been submitted. And when I was in Rush City with caseworker Teresa Woolhafer, and she submitted it and it was accepted. And when Samuel Caffey's family asked for the release of my information, I asked if that letter was going to be released with that information. And I was contacted by, I think his name is Chris, was it Gotzi, and he apologized that there had been so much time from when my letter was submitted to now, and asked me if I wanted any criticism on it. And I had received a letter from central office when I first arrived here at Moose Lake, spring of 22, saying that they might contact me if there's any concerns about my letter. So I had assumed to this day that it was accepted until 2 weeks ago. But, you know, I have submitted one and it should be on file with the RJ guys.
Thank you. Mr. Nystrom, how did you get involved in the Paradigm program? What did you get out of it? And how does that relate to your training as a peer recovery specialist?
In the Paradigm program, it was an insight behind why I isolate, why I push people away and burn bridges, to protect my feelings, to protect the emotions that I did not want to deal with, the sadness.
How did you get involved with that?
When we first came here, when I had my 20-year review, I was recommended for treatment. And so when I got here, I signed up for it as soon as I got here. And Angela Vadalero pulled me back there early so I could live in the community before I started treatment. And as I worked on me, it opened my eyes. And she kept me back there for 2 years to be a mentor sponsor. And it's Angela Vadalero that got me involved in the peer recovery. And it just being able to ask for help, realizing my issues and where they come from and how to deal with them in a healthy manner. So I had
Is your work and training as a peer recovery specialist directed toward the chemically dependent or the substance abuse community?
It's directed, it can be, but it's also directed. We've been used in here for helping guys connect with resources leaving prison, because a lot of these guys that are leaving here have no resources going home. And so we connect them with outside organizations that will help them with food or clothing or shelter and whatnot. So we help anybody that asks for it.
And you are scheduled to take the test, or you're wanting to take the test to be certified, or you have already taken it?
I've already taken the test. I've passed with a 73 out of 75.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board questions?
Mr. Nystrom, I'm assuming you got a copy of the risk assessment that was completed in anticipation of this hearing?
Yes.
Psychological, yeah.
Yeah. So some of the recommendations, there's a really heavy emphasis within the recommendations of that report regarding your relapse prevention plan. Can you talk about just kind of where that's at? I mean, do you feel you have a good relapse prevention plan in place, or are you continuing to kind of hone and refine that?
I have one back in my cell right now, a RAP plan, and it steps through. It's also a mental health one, and it walks you through, like, if I'm struggling, to let my support community know for the signs that I'm struggling. I've shared with my sisters, my family, that, look, if you see me isolating and pushing people away, yeah, I'm in trouble, you know. And I've also talked about with my sponsors on the streets, the other fellow peer recovery specialists that I talked to, Benji Woolley and Donald Fairbanks. And from activities to what I'm going to do with my free time, my meetings, and all that. And if need be, I can submit it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. At this time, I want to turn to your mom, Ms. Sanchez. First, I want to thank you for being here today. I want to open the floor to you to provide your thoughts regarding the changes you've seen in Lyle over the course of time, and any other information you'd like to share.
Well, first of all, I came totally unprepared to speak. I was told I didn't have to.
You don't have to if you don't want to. You don't.
Okay, so I don't really, I'm kind of feel put on the spot here, but I will say that I've noticed, he's matured, from, when he was first incarcerated, I didn't have any contact with him until probably the last 10 years. I've been back in contact with him. We've reconnected. So, I've noticed, besides his maturity, that he's, he has accountability and his responsibility is taken for why he's in the position that he's in, why he's incarcerated. And that's about it.
Thank you. And thank you for being here today.
Yeah.
Mr. Nystrom, before the board begins deliberation and discussion about next steps, I want to briefly open the floor to you to make any final comment you'd like to the board.
I ask that my actions be taken into account of what I've been doing, and that while I have been given the most severe sentence under law that Minnesota has to offer, I have changed. I'm not the same 18-year-old kid that walked through these doors, I'm not the same person I was 15 years ago, and I have not wasted the time away with idiocracy, of prison politics, that I've bettered myself in all avenues and continue to better myself. And I ask that I be given another chance.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to close the discussion. During board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain any questions or allow interruptions. With that, I would open it to the board members for thoughts, discussions related to Mr. Nystrom and next steps.
So one of my observations, and while I recognize this is not a juvenile certification case, there are parallels because, yes, he is an adult. He was 18 at the time. And so even some of the kind of the trends that we've seen with a lot of our certified cases, you see the same trends here. Significant problems early as the brain continues to develop. And again, I recognize that's not part of this, but as that maturation, you start to see changes in the way that they're managing themselves while they're incarcerated. So I was kind of struck by that a little bit. Obviously, you can't help but recognize there was a significant disciplinary history early in his time, but then the last, 5 years, 10 years, there have been significant improvements. He's done a lot of programming, which those are things that I've made I've made it clear program involvement is something that I really look closely at. So, I think he's done a lot of good things. I think by his own acknowledgement, not done, but is certainly progressing. So, like, I think there are some positives in what he's demonstrated.
Well, I think one of the questions, he's not eligible for anything until 2027, but I think one of the questions is moving to minimum or not, and especially based on recommendations from staff. So, I'd go with no parole now because he can. And then the questions are where to from here and what does he need to work on? I think I would support minimum. I'm not sure at what point, but I would defer to staff and others on that.
These are difficult situations, and I think you're on the one hand we see in real life and very real painful ways the challenges of a family who has been devastated by what happened, and on the other hand, someone who did something for which you, as it has been acknowledged, you can never bring back Sam Chafee. That never can happen. And I think, as you point out, Mr. Larson, that the change over time and what we often see is, records that are challenging when people first come in. As the younger they are, the more prominent that is, just simply because 30 years seems like a lifetime when you're 18 years old. I think the question for me remains that same. And I think one of the things that Mr. Nystrom talked about was this whole notion that, to some degree, the only thing that he can do to atone for the life that he's taken, because he can't bring him back, is to live his best life in part in service to others. And I think the core question for me is, how do we test his readiness in a safe, sort of controlled way? And so I agree. I would personally, I would not support obviously a parole action today, which we could take prospectively, but I would not support that. I would support that denial of parole with a 3-year continuance, and then looking at graduated movement through a process where we can test his ability in a safe, kind of controlled manner, and that would at some point in time include a placement at minimum where you're still in a prison setting, 24-hour staff, and all of that, those types of things, to provide both support and accountability to Mr. Nystrom and those who are in that setting, and that we get a chance to see how that goes. And then at some point in time, perhaps we have the opportunity to look at work release, which is a custody status, remains a custody status at some time toward the end of that time, as a manner of progression, if he were to maintain the kind of success and the track record that he has begun to look at. And then there would be no parole decision to bring him back in November of 2027 to meet with the board. And so what other thoughts board members may have or suggestions, those would be the things that would be worth discussing.
If that's a motion, I would second it. And I agree that Red Wing may eventually be appropriate, but I think the conditions that I'm reading about that the comprehensive risk assessment as well as the PRT talk about are that he utilized professional behavioral health to put some of the past traumatic events in his life to process those, and that he focus on lifestyle skills, and have hands-on employment opportunities to see how he does there, and that he developed the prison release plan. And I was particularly interested in the recommendation that he author an essay describing the qualities he now looks for in his associates. I think that could be a way of cultivating the insight that we're looking for.
I thought that was an interesting recommendation as well, along the way. The other thing that I noted, and I asked that question earlier about his support network, and while he does have identified people in that support network, broadening that I think is something that certainly was recommended, and that when somebody is growing up in a prison setting, building and kind of creating outside networks that support networks that are outside of immediate family or kind of close friends or associates that you've had, and really trying to expand that network is something that I would hope that during this period of continuance, would also be something that we would expect to work on. So I guess we have a motion. I'll make that as a motion. Member Ramstead seconded that. We would also just indicate, kind of the potential for timing, just to give some sense of clarity that, generally speaking, we would be looking at potentially a move to minimum custody sometime, maybe in 6 months or so. It takes that long just to make sure that programming that he's actively engaged in gets finalized and those sorts of things. And I would defer to staff. I mean, he had identified Red Wing as one option. I'm not as convinced that that's the best, only because we've had a lot of people request that site, and there's only so many people that can help with some of that vocational training stuff. But that's something that I think staff, the team there, can work on. And that he would move to minimum custody, and that minimum custody would last for a minimum of a year and a half, which would then put him at about a year out from, which, assuming that progress was continuing, and we would move him on to work release if there was no issues. And obviously, remaining discipline free would be a base level standard expectation. And then, he would have a year in work release before he gets seen in November of 27 by the board, at which time, obviously the Caffey family would be invited in, and there would be a discussion about whether or not, Mr. Nystrom has done what was needed to do, needs to do in order to be granted parole. That would be 3 years from now. So there is a motion and a second. Any further discussion related to this?
I just note that the pro-social network development that's recommended on the comprehensive risk assessment is both inside and outside the prison. I think that's an important aspect of it, so that he's got contacts on the outside, but he's also choosing the people he associates with on the inside carefully.
Yeah, I agree. And I think, Mr. Nystrom, I'm sure you read some of the recommendations that came up in the psych report, so none of this is a big surprise to you that those things were mentioned.
The only other thing, and I know we talked a little bit about it, and he even referenced some of the steps that he's taken from kind of that financial management. So really, I think that's so important that he if that is his ultimate goal, like he really has to build more of a kind of a nest egg that he can have available to him in the event that he is ultimately released. So I'd really like for him to focus on that as well.
Yeah, I think that that whole reentry kind of planning and developing that financial literacy for people, as he pointed out, never has done this. That's a critical piece to future success. So it sounds like that's begun with transition staff at the facility, but obviously will need to really be ramped up during his time in minimum placement.
Now, the one thing I'm not clear about, and staff may know this, is that apology letter approved?
Yeah, we will check with Mr. Gazzi. What I sense happened, there was a big transition around that time. Mr. Gazzi, who is now doing that, came in after there was a period of gap there. And this it sounds like from just what was described and what I've heard along the way, that this that apology letter may not have worked its way through finally, but I want to make sure that that is available to the Caffey family if it's something that they are interested in seeing and accessing. So we will follow up with Mr. Gazzi on that and make sure that that is up to speed and that's available to the family if they so choose to receive it. Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. So with that, we'll do a roll call vote. Board Member Bray?
Yes.
Board Member Larson?
Yes.
Board Member Ramstad?
Yes.
Ms. Schnell votes yes. It's a four ayes, no nays. The motion prevails. Mr. Nystrom, you've obviously had a chance to hear this conversation, and all of it from the very beginning, where the Caffey family, I think, laid a groundwork around the pain and the harm that was caused, and then I think your acknowledgement of responsibility and the steps that you're committing to take here. You're not granted parole today, obviously, but we have put you on a path that if you continue to do the work 3 years from now, that will be the topic of discussion. And at that point in time, you should be fully prepared to talk about the whys, and not just talk about it, but provide a good and well-documented record of what you've done to take every opportunity to set yourself up to live the best life you can in service to others and to honor the life that you've taken. Do you have any questions about anything that was discussed today?
No, I do not.
With that, I'm going to close this hearing and say thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry.
It's over.
All right, our next review will be that of Stephen Schreiber.
Oh, Lord.
Close the order.
Hello?
We'll start here in just a moment. Can you hear us okay?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. front center, or do you want to stay where you are? You want to go here?
This is fine, right?
Fine. Make sure you're good. Get you out.
I can see him just fine.
I know.
Mr. Schreiber, do you want to move up to the first chair, closer to the camera?
Take the good chair. Take the good chair.
Supposed to be a better chair.
I don't know. This was.
And then just a reminder to please speak up. There was a little trouble hearing.
Just for the board's sake, we are getting the setup for this meeting will be changed. The microphones and a new system that's supposed to be installed here, I think, end of the month or early December. So that's coming, which will really help as we go through this.
We're practicing and driving downstairs, so I am notes and things.
Good.
So, yep. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and Assistant to the Board. Here with me today at Central Office in St. Paul, Minnesota is our Commissioner and Chair of the Board, Mr. Paul Schnell. Also present is Member Christine Bray, Member Andrew Larson, Member Cheryl Ramstad. Mr. Schreiber is here with us today from the Correctional Facility in Stillwater. Mr. Schreiber, on November 23rd, 1994, you entered the home of your ex-wife and children. You then shot and killed Tellen Schreiber and stepdaughter, Shyla Jeanette. And I'm sorry, I don't know how to say the last name.
Movid.
Thank you. When Mr. Schreiber shot Tellen, he also wounded his son Matthew, who Tellen was holding at the time. On September 11th of 1995, Stephen Allen Schreiber was sentenced to life with the possibility of parole by Anoka County District Court after having been found guilty of first-degree murder. Mr. Schreiber was also sentenced to a consecutive life sentence for first-degree murder, which is yet to be served. His charge for child endangerment resulting in substantial bodily harm to Matthew was sentenced to be served concurrent. Mr. Schreiber was reviewed by the Commissioner and Advisory Panel on November 9th of 2021 and continued at that time for 3 years. Today's review by the Board represents his second review after serving approximately 30 years of incarceration. His minimum parole eligibility date on his first life sentence will occur November 21st of 2024. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the Board.
Mr. Schreiber, how are you today?
Fine. How about you?
Good. Thank you so much. This may seem like a strange question in light of the remaining sentence that has to be served, but I'd like to start off by asking you to tell us what you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
Well, I expect that you commute the first sentence and go on to the second. I mean, I'd love to see you commute both of them, but I don't see that happening.
No, we don't have the authority to do that, obviously. So no. So you're basically you'd like the board to act on parole on your first life sentence, which would then move you to your second.
That's correct.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So let me just ask you this question in light of that comment. If the board had the authority to collapse these sentences, do you believe that you're ready to be released?
Yeah, I've got a place on the outside. When my parents passed away, they gave the house to my younger brother with the stipulation that if I ever got out, I got a place to live. And I have Social Security and I have a union pension, so I have income coming in. I would probably still look for some type of employment opportunity, keep busy, but.
But what about and I obviously you have somewhat of a safety net from a financial and a housing standpoint, and the ability to work. But when you think about the factors that led to your multiple life sentences, what makes you feel that you wouldn't reflect a risk to public safety?
I think it reared its head again about 4 or 5 years ago. And it's been like 25 years in between episodes. So I don't see any problem from here on out. I don't see it coming back or reoccurring.
And you're talking about the reoccurrence what are you talking about?
Of the mental illness.
Mental health side, yeah. So what happened that 4 or 5 years ago that led to that kind of dark spot?
I just pretty much had given up. I didn't care if I lived or died, and wasn't eating, wasn't showering. Didn't care to associate with any of the other inmates. I just preferred to be left alone and didn't want to associate with anyone.
What got you out of that?
They sent me over to Oak Park for the program over there. I spent like 10 months over at Oak Park going through the therapy over there.
And that was very helpful for you.
Yeah, extremely helpful.
So can you talk about how, first of all, I guess, how do you wrap your head around having a second life sentence? So you're what, are you 69?
69. I'll be 70 in a couple months.
So how do you maintain a sense of any level of hope given that what's in front of you?
Well, you just take it day by day. I mean, you can't change it, so you just learn to deal with it and live with it.
When you look at what happened through the healthy lens of where you sit today, how do you characterize what happened that led to the imposition of the life sentences?
That was just a breakdown in the mental health and stuff. I was extremely depressed and didn't care about living or dying, and just didn't seem to be any hope at that time.
When was it that you came to the realization we'll talk about, can you talk about like your sense of what's been the impact of your offense?
Oh, it impacted quite a few people, especially my younger son, Matthew, where he lost his mother and sister, and his dad was incarcerated and stuff. He had to grow up living with other families and pretty much a family of one. He didn't have anybody else really around him.
And you've had contact with him, right?
Yeah, I kept in contact with him all the entire time.
Has that been difficult or something that really has been positive for you?
It's been positive. We talk probably on average about an hour a day. So I talk to him quite a bit. And it gets difficult. There was probably 1 or 2 points along the way in the last 30 years where it come up where he felt, it was hard for him and stuff. So we talked about it and kind of worked the way through it.
When you think about the harm that resulted from this offense, What's your assessment of the harm? I mean, who and how have people been affected?
It affected Mojo because he lost his only daughter now, his only child. His other son, Attila, was killed when he was 15 in a bicycle accident. Julian lost a lot of co-workers. Shiloh was in high school. I mean, all her friends and stuff affected them. Lori, Julian's probably best friend, affected them because they were in constant contact all the time too.
How did it impact your family?
Well, we'd never had anybody incarcerated before, and I mean, nothing like that had ever happened. So I'm sure it was quite a shock to them too, because that was completely out of character.
How can you describe today what it is that brings meaning to your life? What is it? What do you do to ensure that?
Mainly just stay in contact with family and friends and stuff. Make phone calls just about every day and find out what's going on the outside.
Do you feel that and believe that your sentence was appropriate?
The one sentence, yeah, but the other one, the prosecuting attorney called it an execution and it was nowhere near that. I mean, she was standing when the gun went off, pulling on the gun. It was accidentally discharged. And he charged me and brought it up with the first-degree murder. I didn't agree with that at all.
So do you you believe that you shouldn't be held to account for that one?
No, I don't believe that was an accidental shooting. I don't believe I should have been charged with first degree and convicted of first degree murder on that one. I think if I had a better defense attorney, it would have turned out that way too.
How do you square that? I mean, so I understand that there's the way we define crimes, right? The elements and all that goes into that. And then the impact. Because the impact is pronounced. Well, I think Shiloh was 17, I think, at the time, right?
Yeah.
And as I recall reading, you had made comments. I think something to the effect of she was coming after you or whatever it was.
Yeah, at the time, I believe Julian and Shiloh had ganged up and had cameras and microphones in the house, and were watching everything I done. And
if one of the things I noted was that when you met with your team there at the facility in advance of this meeting, and one of the things that was discussed was programming. And as I recall, the comment was made something to the effect of I've done this programming and some of it even quite recent. There are a couple of I think with your case manager there, some of the programs that he facilitates, you participated in, and long-term offender regroup being one of them. And you kind of indicated that, I think I'm done with programming. Doesn't the programming bring some meaning, some engagement?
well, when you take the programming, you get to meet with other offenders and stuff that are going through similar situations and stuff. So you make new friends and stuff. But yeah, it's beneficial that way.
So are you against continuing to do programming while you're?
Oh, no, not at all.
Okay. All right. Others have questions for Mr. Schreiber?
I'm not sure I understand what happened 5 years ago that you were referring to.
Pardon me, can you repeat that?
I'm not sure I understood what you were referring to that happened 5 years ago. Was there a mental health crisis? What happened?
Yeah, about 5 years ago, I had another more or less breakdown and stuff there where I was taken out of Gen Pop and sent over to Oak Park in the
Mental health, MHU.
mental health unit, yeah, MHU over there.
Were you involved in an altercation with another inmate or with
No,
staff person?
no. Just something that came on and got to the point where I needed to get away and have it addressed.
The PRT refers to a time, I think, that somebody was on top of you and another staff person had to come over and break it up. What was that about?
That must have been back in Oak Park when there was an incident, a fight where another inmate tried to get the guy off of me and stuff. He was a co-worker. We were actually servers at the time.
What was your role in that fight?
I told him working with him was getting to be a bitch, and he said it took it as I was calling him a bitch and started swinging.
And that was 5 years ago?
No, that was 20-some years ago.
Oh, I see. Thank you for clarifying that.
Mr. Schreiber, I made a note of a couple things. I understand you chose not to participate in the comprehensive assessment or the interview that's conducted prior to the development of the comprehensive assessment. Is that right?
You're talking with Bonnie?
Yep.
Okay. 3 years ago, I done the assessment and stuff with her, and the review wasn't very favorable. I didn't care for her comments and her review, so I wasn't about to give her the opportunity to do it again. I don't think she done me any favors or anything along that line, so I just declined to interview with her.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. I also understand, is there a CD assessment recommendation that you've also not felt the need or felt there's no benefit in?
Yeah, that was about 10, 12 years ago. Being I got 2 life sentences and I'm not getting out, the assessment for what I was doing on the outside or would do on the outside is kind of a moot point. The fact is that I've been down for 30 years. I've yet to touch a drop of alcohol or mess with any illegal drugs and stuff. And I feel that should speak for itself, that the assessment was more or less a waste of time if you're never getting out.
Okay. Are you, and as I was reading through, and if it was in here, I apologize that I missed it. Are you a reader? Do you read in your?
From time to time.
Have you ever read Man's Search for Meaning?
No.
So I would encourage you to read Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl. It kind of touches on some of the stuff that you're talking about, kind of that hopelessness. If the opportunity arises, I think I would just strongly encourage you to give it a read. It's a great book. I would just encourage you to give it a read.
All righty.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I have one. You mentioned, Mr. Schreiber, you just mentioned 5 years ago you had a breakdown and moved to Oak Park Heights and got some help. Were you on meds when you had that breakdown?
Yeah, I've been on meds for probably the entire time I've been incarcerated.
Were they the same meds then that you're on now?
They actually increased the level and added a new one. They added Risperidone and increased the Prozac from 20 milligrams to 40 milligrams a day.
Okay, so do you feel that makes a big difference?
Yeah, it's been beneficial. I haven't had any issues going forward here.
Thank you.
And you've been fully cooperative and engaged with behavioral health staff, right?
Oh, yeah. I meet with them every 6 months or so, or both psychologists and psychiatrists.
I have one more question. You mentioned programming and kind of no need anymore after all these years. Are you still involved with the long-term offender group?
Not currently. I mean, we went through the sessions and stuff there, and I talked to some of the people that were in the group, in the unit and stuff, but they don't have any meetings or anything along those lines anymore.
That group, which our case manager lists here, who's with Mr. Schreiber does, is more of a curricular-based one. Some of them and some facilities are more discussion-focused, but this is more curricular. If I'm characterizing that correct, was that right, Mr. Lisser?
Correct. That program was going about a year long, and he completed that program curriculum-based, where essays and there's meetings and there's one-on-one sessions. Yeah, absolutely.
Good, thank you.
Well, that's helpful. What about the lifer group? I guess that's what I was thinking when I asked the question. You've not been involved with the lifer group, correct?
That facility is more of the long-term offender, correct?
Correct. We don't offer a lifer group where they just have one-on-one meetings as a panel. The long-term offender group would be that consideration of that. Then there is no follow-up meeting after that. There's Sticking for a Change and there's Restorative Justice, other programs that I run. And that's the things he's completed as well. So,
thank you.
Mr. Schreiber, let me just ask this question. You've been at Stillwater for how long?
About 20 years now.
Have you, if the opportunity were to present itself to go to a medium custody facility, is that something of interest to you?
I prefer to stay here because I prefer the single cell and continue with my job and stuff that I have here. And it's kind of halfway in between for both my brothers to come visit.
Okay.
They come about once a month, so.
Okay. I kind of expected you might say that, but I at least wanted to ask.
Yeah.
Is there anything that, before we kind of move into more of our discussion about next steps, is there anything, Mr. Schreiber, that you think is important for us to be aware of or mindful of as we move toward that discussion of next steps?
I think the only thing is when I got here, I didn't know anything about the steel industry or steel division of MnCor. And I started out deburring and then running a punch press and the shear, brake press. Then I went over into the warehouse where I was running the forklift, learning all the steel, unloading steel trucks. And when the 4 years was up, I went over to K office where I didn't know how to turn on a computer. And I learned how to not only operate the computer, but I was actually programming it at the end. By the time I was done with my 4 years, from there I went up into P shop where I was a clerk, loading and unloading the elevator, keeping track of all the product coming in and out. And after that, I went back down to the office and became a CAD operator. So I've constantly been learning new things and taking on new projects as I've gone along. I haven't just been sitting idle. You know, I was employed for like 14 years continuously there with MnCor.
And I just want to call out and acknowledge that that you have been doing, I think, a great job of being engaged and participating, and obviously the PRT recognized that as well in their assessment of you. All right, with that, I'm going to close the discussion to move the board into discussion and deliberation of next steps. And so with that, I'll just open it up to the board for any thoughts about next steps.
Well, I would like to move that we parole him on this sentence, move him to a second. I think, like it was said, either he said it or others, or we just do the calculations. He'll be 99 before he gets out, so I see no point in delaying it.
So we have a motion to move for parole. We could, just by way of formalizing, I think his parole eligibility was November 13th. 21st, so that would be about a week or so away. So we could make that the 21st would be the effective date of parole, if that would be agreeable to you.
Yes.
All right. So there's a motion for parole, November 21st. Is there a second? I'll second, just for purposes of discussion. So there's a motion and a second to grant parole. Discussion.
And I understand the rationale for it, obviously. The one where I would likely kind of resist that a little bit is in the event there may be statutory changes that come that make, maybe that 30-year sentence changes. And I don't feel that there's been enough merit. It doesn't feel like it's a merit-based decision. So that would be a little bit of my reluctance. So take that for what it is.
Along those same lines, I'm troubled by his refusal to take Rule 25 treatment, especially, he said that he's been in prison all these years. Well, in 2018, there was illegal use. He was found with pills. And also his report says that he was using basically all his life before this incident. That coupled with his statements to the PRT team that he wasn't interested in programming, now he's saying he is. I don't know if that's opportunistic, but it makes me suspicious. And so along the same lines as Mr. Larson has stated, it seems to be rewarding bad behavior. And same with staying at Stillwater. He wants to be in control and comfortable. And I don't see that as necessarily consistent with what's in his best interest.
I guess for me, just speaking to this, I hear those concerns. I think he has, I think, been effectively pro-social from the standpoint of being engaged in activities. He has, not been there's not been a history of behavioral challenges. I think in light of, his full cooperation with the mental health providers and the recognition of the challenges that he experienced and the system, it seems like, worked. When that occurred, it re-engaged him and moved him into a facility where they could effectively stabilize, and that's happened. While I certainly was concerned when I saw that notion of the disengagement with programming. I think the reason for me being willing to second this and support a movement to parole is the fact that even if there was a legislative change, which I've thought about as well, even if there was a legislative change, it would seem like it would be unlikely that legislative change would move away from still requiring some level of a determination about release. I think there's a part of me that when I look at the sentence and having to do another 30 years, thinking that he's approaching 70 years old. I think about this through the lens of, are we, what role do we have? And I think he is operating in accordance with the rules substantially. It certainly would further encourage him to engage in including things like looking at treatment issues. And I remember reading that discipline. I don't know if that was something related to medications that were keep on person or exactly what that was. But, I think that there has been a demonstration of at least a level of pro-social behavior. I'm concerned about, some of his, the acceptance of responsibility on that second life sentence. At the same time, this action doesn't change that. In fact, it initiates his service of that sentence, particular to that victim, which I think is important. And so it's for those reasons that I would support paroling him to his second life sentence. Knowing that along the way, discussions or this body, whether it's same members or not, if we paroled him to his second life sentence, he would effectively not be seen for 27 years. Unless there was some statutory change or whatever it may be, but he would be in the same position he was in 2021 when he came before, at that time, the Commissioner Advisory Panel and was continued for 3 years. And so those are the reasons why, for me, I would support this. And at the end of the day, Mr. Schreiber is going to be in a correctional facility setting. I want him to be a pro-social member, not be a challenge. And it sounds like he has done that, and is doing the things that minimally, I think, would what we expect. So that's the basis for my second and support of parole.
I really agree with that. And I think the research is overwhelming about the role age plays in recidivism. He's 69, he'll be 99. Mm-hmm. So, then for me, it's, are we going to keep punishing, or is he really any threat to public safety? And I don't think he is. And I understand the argument the laws could change. But looking at it from his point of view, I don't know that he's thinking that. He's thinking, I'm going to be here the rest of my life.
And I think I suspect that's what has driven the lack of follow through on some of these other things. Hence my suggestion, look at that book. I think it does kind of speak to the need to find meaning when it doesn't seem as though meaning is possible. It doesn't exist. And I completely respect both of the opinions that have been made. I totally get it.
I love that book too, by the way.
Yeah, that is a good book. That was a good suggestion.
Yeah. All right, so we have a motion and a second, and this would be a grant parole, and the DOC would still maintain, obviously, full control over placement and those sorts of things. That really does always remain in the agency's purview. And so with that, we'll do a roll call vote of members. Board Member Bray.
Yes.
Board Member Larson.
No.
Board Member Ramstead.
Yes.
And Schnell votes yes. And 3-1 vote ayes, 1 nay. The motion prevails. Mr. Schreiber, you will be paroled to your second life sentence beginning November 21st of 2024. I think you've heard the conversation. We just would encourage you to take advantage of whatever you can while you're there. Hopefully not just for yourself, but even for the good of others in that community. And I know you do have connections with some people there, and I would encourage you to to use whatever influence you have to bring about improvements in that setting.
Oh,
Any
thank you.
questions?
No.
All right. Thank you for your time. Have a good day.
Yeah,
Good
you
luck.
too. Thank you.
Hi, Steve.
We have a little break.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Five or 10-minute break?
Yeah, we'll do about 8 minutes. 8 minutes exactly.
Running a tight ship.
Good thing you have a longer walk than I do.
Oh, like I said, I totally get it. Totally get it.
We've making decisions before. It's always that whole thing. Okay, well, looking at down the road, right? It's harder when you have a determinate sentence because then you know they have a hard out.
Yeah.
think our 8 minutes is up, right?
We have to make sure we.
John's getting it.
What's that?
John is getting it. He's just got to drop this slide.
Okay.
There we go.
There's Don.
And we're just waiting on Jody, right?
Heard anything from Jody
Nothing.
lately?
Nothing.
I'm
Don
in.
is on
You
though,
see me?
so
We can't see you, Don, but we can hear you.
for some reason I can see him on my screen though.
Oh, you can?
Yeah.
Okay.
Any way I can get this?
I don't know. I'm gonna stop your video, Don, and then try starting your video again.
How early are we?
Virtual background, integrated camera.
There should be a button like on the bottom row that says unmute or mute and then start or stop video.
Yep.
So start video.
Each one?
There you go. Well, I see you on my screen,
Okay.
but it's not on the.
I hope so.
I'm not sure why. Oh, there we go.
There we are.
Okay.
There you are.
Now we got it.
I've arrived. Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
you have. So just for folks who may be watching, we have one member that we're waiting on. We're running a little bit ahead of schedule. And just to make clear, the previous hearings required a majority vote out of the 4 members that are making that up. Right now, there will be, in this case, there will be 2 additional board members because these are the cases we're about to review are cases that were juveniles certified as adults at the time of the imposition of their sentence. And so there, in these cases, there are 2 additional board members that join. And so I just don't really want to begin until we have Ms. Nelson here, since she is one of those members. And we'll try and reach out to her and see if we can make some contact.
We are trying right now.
Okay.
Point of information, please. What's the order in which we'll be reviewing these next persons?
The next
On
order.
the agenda,
It's
Mr.
Hanks.
Okay.
Hanks, followed by
All right.
Mitchell, followed by Boswell.
Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Call.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
I guess the victim family member won't be there until 2, and they're also waiting for the interpreter still.
Okay. Let's go offline. We have while we're waiting, we'll go out back offline. Apologize for this, but we also have some victims who are want to watch the proceeding as well, and we want to make sure that we're doing that in accordance.
She's in
with
the
that.
parking lot.
Okay.
Oh, Jody is? Okay.
So we'll go offline for just a few minutes here. Sounds like the member is here, and
I saw your text. Yes.
And then, Mike, if you want to have
Okay.
Mr. Hanks in the room.
Yep, we're getting it right now.
Okay, perfect. Thank
All
you.
right, we'll be back in a few minutes.
Okay. This book is done. This book here, Mike, this will be continued for a while. Okay. We'll see. So your job when you write these things up is you have to write these. This is the narrative you have to write. It's a long paper.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson here. I am the Executive Officer of the Hearings and Release Unit and to the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review Mr. Justin Hanks, who is present by video at the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Stillwater. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell. We also have board members present, one of those being on your screen, Mr. Don Strufert. We also have member Jody Nelson, member Christine Bray, member Cheryl Ramstad, and member Andrew Larson. Mr. Hanks, our records indicate on February 15th, 2004, in Minneapolis, Minnesota, Justin Hanks shot and killed his mother's boyfriend, Jesse Sayers. He then ran out of the home and went down the street where he shot and killed a stranger, Bernardino Garcia Tena. Justin Hanks was arrested the same day at the Mall of America. On September 6th of 2007, Justin was sentenced to 2 counts of second-degree murder in Hennepin County District Court. The term for the count 3 was 246 months, and the term for count 4 was 306 months to be served consecutive. Due to new legislation regarding individuals who are juveniles at the time of their offense, Mr. Hanks now has the opportunity to be reviewed by the Supervised Release Board after serving a minimum of 20 years. Today's review represents his initial review after serving approximately 20 years of incarceration. His confinement release date was originally April 8th of 2036. Given the changes by the legislature regarding juvenile cases, Mr. Hanks is eligible to be considered for release as of February 15, 2024. Mr. Hanks also has a sentence of 1 year and 1 day consecutive adult sentence yet to serve for 4th-degree assault on a correctional officer. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hanks. How are you today?
I'm fine.
I just want to let the record reflect that, different than the previous hearings, we have the 2 additional juvenile board members who have a background in juvenile psychology, and that's board member Lars Strufert and board member Nelson. And so I just want to start out today by asking you, Mr. Hanks, if you could tell us what you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
I'd like to go to a meeting facility and start on whatever you guys think I should start working on.
Can you talk a little bit about what makes you feel you're ready to be stepped down or moved toward medium?
I'm prepared to take the next steps, and I'm just ready for it.
So what are the indicators that we should be mindful of that indicates that you're ready to be moved?
Well, I'm Native American, and they got me in a unit controlled by gang members, and I'm trying to do the right thing. I'm not involved in no gang, and you got to be involved in a group or a gang to function in this unit. And I've never been a part of one, so I'm either gonna have to go to SAG or do something different here.
Okay, so that's something it's good to know. It's something we can address. Let me walk this back a little bit. Can you tell us who you victimized and how you victimized them?
I victimized my mother's boyfriend and a stranger. and I victimized people at a hospital I was at, security hospital, and I victimized the staff member. I victimized a couple inmates. So it was mainly because of my negative thinking. My negative thinking amounted in an outburst of anger. Me not making a correct decision about it.
So on the date that this happened, you engaged in negative thinking, and that is that what caused you to go and secure the gun?
I believe so, because he was practicing on killing me. So we got into an altercation and got into a fist fight, and yeah, it led to a really poor decision. Yes.
So just to make sure I understand, was this self-defense on your side?
I don't know if I'll say it was self-defense, but it's something that goes on in the neighborhood, in my community. It's just how a lot of things are dealt with.
So that was I think Mr. Sayers, right? That
Yes.
was the victim, your first victim, and then what happened after that?
I ran into a stranger and basically shot him because, yeah. So
after that happened, like, what were you thinking?
I was scared. I was just involved in the worst thing that happened in my life. And I was running away from that, and this other thing came up with him basically saying stuff to me and me not being able to take it.
So that was the second victim, or is that the first
Yes.
one?
Second one.
Victim? Okay. So the second victim did something that made you mad?
I was already, yeah, basically, yeah.
So you were 16 years old at the time of that offense, right?
Yes.
When you look back, one of the things, through the eyes of an adult, that as you are today, what do you think about your crime? How do you characterize it? I mean, how do you make it make sense? People get angry, people get upset. It almost sounds like one of the things that you just said was that in your neighborhood, this is something that just happened.
Yeah, loyal to the wrong cause, basically, yes. Being tricked into thinking negatively like that, and yes.
If you were to have contact with members of the Sayers family or the Garcia family, the people who are left behind as a result of your crime, what would you say to them?
I'll say that I'm sorry for taking her life, and I've changed since then, so I ain't gonna be loyal to the wrong thing anymore, and think that something like that is proper or right.
So talk about about the changes that you've made.
Like with my thinking?
Yeah, just I mean, what are the changes the demonstrable changes that you've made during the term of your incarceration over the last 20 years?
Well, I'm not thinking about anything negatively and like let that affect any like in my actions. Like I've been doing that more recently. Because in here you got to be a certain type of way to survive. And I think that would solve everything. That any problem I ever had was my wrong thinking and staying loyal to the wrong crowd.
What was your last discipline?
It was in July.
What was that for?
It was for smoking. Yeah, smoking K2.
What's that about? Just
well, I can kind of been doing it because everybody else is like, that's kind of how it is in here. And everybody kind of does it, and I'm just kind of fitting in, staying loyal to the wrong thing.
So that comes up against a little bit of what you're talking about in terms of the change stuff. That sense of loyalty to the wrong thing. Is this grounded in a longstanding substance use disorder? Is that where it comes from?
I came to realize that now that it's just a way of me choosing how to die early or choose death. That's all. That's why I quit. I'm just choosing the way to die, basically. Yes.
Okay.
So that's why I quit that. That's why I quit a lot of negative thinking, because that's just a form of death coming into my mind, and it's gonna cause me a premature death, or it's gonna cause someone else harm.
So, do you feel like you're in a mentally healthy place, just generally?
Right now, I am I'm pretty decent. I'm not in a good unit, but yeah. All right.
What risk factors are in front of you? I mean, what do you regard as the biggest challenges or risk factors that you face?
Right now, I'm not a gang member. I'm in a unit ran by gang members. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on with that.
Okay.
So I might have to either go to SAC or do something.
We'll address that. So I appreciate you bringing it up, and because we'll address some of that. But I want to. What are the other risk factors that are going to be challenges for you?
There ain't really no positive people in this unit that I could like hang on with or do anything like that with. So like they're like drug addicts, and like when they don't got their drugs, they're into their negative emotions and kind of walking on eggshells around them.
So what I'm hearing you say is that really some of your risk factors are largely environmental. In other words, if you're in a environment that's more positive, you're going to be positive.
Yes, because it's all I know how to think properly now. I know how to not let anything negative come in my head. I learn how to forgive. I learn how to totally walk away from any type of negative thought. So that's something I learned.
And you've learned that since your last discipline?
Yes.
And what was it that got you to that point of recognizing and realizing that lesson?
Well, something came in my head and told me that I was forgiven for everything because none of this will be here unless Satan brought it into this world. So, like any type of sin or law that's broken or anything like that, it's all from him. So, anything that I think wrong is I just need to turn away from it totally. I don't think I'll ever have a problem again if I do that, or any like anybody will be safe around me then if I do that.
Here's the part that, and again, I'm not trying to challenge you. I'm truly trying to understand.
Yeah, no.
It's this whole notion of like, how does that happen? Like, in June there was an incident, then in July there was an incident, and you haven't had anything since then, which I applaud. And obviously, you talk about being in a difficult unit setting, which I appreciate. And but I'm trying to wrap my head around like what it is that all of a sudden caused you to have this eye-opening experience around changes in thinking.
I've been going to this group called Lifeblood, and they said a prayer for everyone that they wanted God to show themselves in their life, and I seen that. That's what changed me.
Not just when did you do that?
I seen that about 3 months ago, 2 or 3 months ago.
Okay. So what have you done to prepare for today's meeting?
I've been writing stuff down like that about like my thoughts about forgiveness. My thoughts about like trying to make someone's life effortless around me instead of like being a problem for them, like trying to provide for whatever necessity they need, their basic necessities. Just things like that.
And I noticed that one. You don't have to, but you didn't write a letter to just to kind of talk a little bit for the board, like and we get these big packets and stuff of information. Did you just decide you just want to talk it through?
Yeah, I didn't really want to put like stuff about religion in there. That's mainly what helped me. But
okay. What do you remember getting a letter asking if you would sign a release of information that would allow victim services staff to provide some information to the family members of your victims?
I think I did receive it, but they took all our paperwork and I think they copied it and sent it back to us. There was a lot going on in my life back then.
In general, do you feel like that you would owe your victims' family members some insight into your change?
I would have signed I'll sign anything that needs to be released. I could do it here if you want.
No, and again, I appreciate this. One of the things I want to understand is this because of the opportunity that sits before you, or is it because of something that you feel like is the right thing to do, or the necessary thing to do.
No, I'll do it because there ain't nothing wrong with it. I can't find nothing wrong with doing that.
So let me just talk about this from a thinking standpoint. Is there a difference between not finding something wrong with it and seeing it as the right thing to do? You understand the distinction between the two of those?
Yes, I do. Was something negative versus something positive? Is that kind of what that is?
Yeah, kind of. Like what? Like, are you doing it because I can't see a downside versus, in this instance, like the upside is that I want to demonstrate changes I'm making. Number one, and number two, that I have an obligation to do that because of the harm I caused. And I guess that's the question. And
I mean, I really don't want to do something that's gonna hurt them again, but I can't really see how that would hurt them.
Okay.
Basically, yeah.
Okay. Others have questions for Mr. Hanks?
Yeah, I do have some questions. When we opened and the commissioner asked you kind of like what you want to see happen, one of the things that struck me is you said that you'll do what we think you should do. And I may not have it exactly right, but essentially that was the message. I'm interested to know, like, what do you think you should do in terms of programming or other sorts of things? Because we can give you a bunch of stuff that, like, we think you should do all this stuff, but like, what would be meaningful and impactful for you?
Going to the Christian program in Medium. I would like to do that. I think that'll help me more than anything. So, like, being around a community where I could be positive like that would probably be good for me, the best thing for me.
Okay. So the other thing that I'm struck by is in one breath, like, I applaud you, your circumstances, entering prison at a young age. You have not become part of a gang, which I think is remarkable. I think that speaks to a degree of a kind of intestinal fortitude that you have. So there's that, but then there's also, even in some of your own responses, you talk about how, you'll do some things just because that's what people do. So there's just some I'll call it inconsistencies there, and I'm just trying to understand that part. How can you, on the one side, be like, do something that it's got to be incredibly difficult, not joining a gang, kind of entering into that gang culture, but then on the other side, do kind of falling victim to doing what the others do. Like, are you able? Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, just kind of like blending in and like doing like the bare minimum of what they're doing and like using their language and all those social stuff. So.
Okay. All right. Well, that's insightful. I appreciate that.
Other questions?
Mr. Hanks, I had a couple of questions. Could you talk more about the Lifeblood group? Because it sounds like that group had impact on you and means something to you, and I've never heard about it before, and I'm just interested.
It's kind of like
Do you
a little
meet regularly, or go ahead.
We meet bi-weekly. I think it's on Wednesdays, and we usually watch a 30-minute movie, then we have a group discussion on it. So there's been things about like staying loyal to the wrong cause and like having God show himself in our life and like the negative and positives of everything. And I found out that, the pastors and the people that come in, they're 60 years old and they're still dealing with their anger problems. So I just gotta learn how to let them. I know that negative thoughts lead to nothing good, so I just gotta try not to let them manifest physically.
So do you attend regularly, and will you keep attending?
Yes, I'll keep attending, but I have a hard time like the Native Americans want me to do a certain thing and be a certain way, and I'm trying to go and be Christian, so it's hard to stay in both worlds because I'll get beat up by them eventually for being like that because they think that's soft. Being like that is a soft person. And they want us to be hard and tough and all that. And that just leads to more violence and it's just nonsense.
I had one other question. So in your transition and release plan, you talked about wanting to go to medium custody, which you've told us. And then you went on to say you wanted to live with your grandmother, Donna Hanks, and live with my family. And then you said to get accustomed to the life on the streets. And I just wondered what you meant by life on the streets, because when I first read it, I thought, oh, it sounds like you're just assuming you're going to go back to living on the streets. And I'm sure that isn't what you had in mind.
No, that ain't what I meant. I just meant just being able to walk out the door and do anything. I'm gonna have a hard time with anxiety after being in prison for so long. Just being able to do something like that is gonna be it. I didn't mean going back to the street life because I know that ain't no good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Hanks, just a clarification. So I'm hearing that you are willing and interested to do a number of programs, maybe some more schooling, computer training, getting prepared, doing planning, but you don't want to do it at Stillwater. You want to do that at medium custody facility. Is that right?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of things with the natives in here. Most of the natives that ain't in something called it's a little gang that they're in. Most of them are in one unit, then the ones that ain't are in another unit. So I got to deal with a lot of little things that ain't got nothing to do with programming. It's the social life aside of here that's really challenging.
And that's a barrier to you to get involved in those programs then?
Yes, it is.
But you are saying that you do want to do those programs, just not there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hanks, the PRT, I believe it is, that it describes you as ambivalent about chemical dependency treatment. And one of the recommendations is that that you complete an unmet directive for substance use disorder. And the PRT also points out that your last 4 discipline reports have related to inappropriate chemical usage. Could you explain why you're ambivalent about fulfilling a treatment directive and why you don't think you need it?
I mean, if I keep on doing it, it's going to cause me all it is a death. And all I'm going to do is die prematurely from it. And it's going to make someone else around me in danger too, because they're going to have to deal with that. I mean, there's a lot of reasons of why I shouldn't do it. They're just saying,
why you shouldn't do the treatment program? Or
no, why I shouldn't do the drug, but I guess there's things that could help me that I might go through that program and learn something that I never learned before. I don't know.
So you're open to the idea?
Yeah, I'm open to it.
And then the psych report said that you completed your GED, is that right?
Yes.
And it said that you were interested in college courses.
Yes, I am.
What kind of college courses and what are your interests in that regard?
I took a personality test where most of the jobs that I can get are engineering, so it would have to be some towards an engineering type thing, but mine would be computer engineer or electric engineer.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Few questions if I can. Can you hear me all right, sir?
Yes.
When you talk about the new blood, it sounds like that deserves a lot of applause, or you're giving it a lot of applause right now, and I appreciate that. It's a place where you're accepted.
Yes.
It's a place where you're respected.
Yes.
It's a place where you can say this is better, and that's a big step there, right?
Yes, there ain't really no negative feedback to anything there.
Say again?
I said there's really no negative things there. It's like we're all there talking about our problems and trying to work through them.
Yeah. I'm curious, how do you experience, or how is authority displayed there?
Authority?
Yeah.
It's usually through force.
Say again?
It's usually through force.
Using force?
Yeah, no.
It's not to be that kind of authority isn't there.
Don, can you repeat that question?
Or that type of use of force or power, it's dealt with, or it's expressed in a different, better way at the new blood group.
Yes. Yes.
And finding that better way is what you're about.
Yes.
What? Say again?
Yes, positive thinking. Yes.
Positive thinking. Yeah. Have you ever heard the expression, you've got a foot in both canoes?
No.
Okay. It's like you're trying to find the best. In some places you get many, can you think of a person having a foot in two canoes?
Yes. Yes, I can. Water skis,
and
yes.
It seems like, big pardon?
Water skis, basically, yes.
It could be, yeah, water skis. Am I understanding that's what you're looking for? More stability, more firm ground to move with?
Oh, yes, because I can understand that anything that is negative or against the law is from Satan. So I don't want to be around none of that anymore. I know it's all over the world and it's everywhere, but I want to go to where it's more stable, yes. Where the waters are more stable, yes.
You've got more courage and more strength to do the better things now than you've had in the past. Is that one way to describe it?
Yes, I do. Yes.
What's your, if you want to go to medium, right?
Yes.
Do you have a choice of which facility would provide the best opportunity for you?
The one with the Christian program, I don't know which one it is, but any of them would be good, I guess.
Which program? I didn't understand.
There's a Christian program.
Okay.
I think it's called FYI, I think.
PFA, are you thinking about PFA, Prison Fellowship Academy?
Is that the little college?
I think that's the one you're referring to.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Helpful. I think.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Mr. Hanks, before the board begins discussion and deliberations about next steps, I want to just open the floor to you briefly to make any final comments that you think are important for the board to know before we begin talking about next steps.
No, not really. I got nothing to add to it.
Okay. Sounds good. With that, I'm going to close the discussion at this time and move the board to discussion and deliberations of next steps. Board members' thoughts or discussion related to Mr. Hanks and his situation and next steps.
I have a question. I think I understand. His current release date, is that 2036?
Correct. Plus, he would have about 8 months on top of that with a year and a day.
So not 2044?
That's the expiration.
Oh, that's expiration. I see.
Yeah.
He could be released in 2036.
If he 2036 plus that other sentence, would be hard. Those are hard out dates, no matter what.
Oh, okay. And then expiration from everything.
Expiration would be
Off supervision.
Off supervision. Yeah.
That's helpful.
Thank you.
Need to repeat him that.
Yeah.
But he has his 20-year eligibility date now.
February.
Okay.
I mean, it would seem to me from reading and conversation that he's not thinking he wants to be paroled today.
Can you speak up?
Oh, sorry, that is not thinking he wants to be paroled today. Has a lot more cooking to do there. I think there's discrepancy between the PRT, if I read it correctly, that sounds like they were recommending that he stays in Stillwater, but the psychologist said she thought he could move to medium. So it seems like there's a lot of agreement about programming and school, and I think he talks about having his thinking straight. I think there's still a lot of emotional work to be done. I hear a lot of emotional language. He comes from a lot of trauma that could stand to be unpacked. So I guess I'd like to see what people are thinking about medium facility versus not. And then within that is do a bunch of stuff, get better, grow.
Well, I had the same question about medium, and that was partly why I wanted to clarify the dates, because he will be released from prison. So is there harm in moving him to medium to see what happens? He can always be moved back. That's just what I've been wondering.
I had a question about PFA. It used to be they had to be closer to their date of discharge. It used to be within the last 2 years. Has that changed?
In some instances, yes, because when we control movement or placements with life sentences or some of these longer sentences, this body or previously the commissioners could direct kind of movement in those programs. So PFA would become an option that he would have to apply for, but I think obviously if that was something he was interested in, and this board felt it was an important part of the programming for him, that would be an option. The one question I have is, and I think I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't move to more toward medium, but the issue around, is it more important that he enter PFA first or address some of the substance use disorder stuff? Just as, and the SUD can be, I think, he referenced this, that I think I don't want to put words in his mouth, but there may be things I can learn there. It may not be his primary objective, but something he could learn there. And I just wonder if that would be, what that order is. I'm just not sure.
And that's a little bit kind of where I was going to is, and again, I recognize, I think I also don't want to put words in his mouth. I think the desire on his part is maybe more that the PFA, because of the religious and faith portion, which I completely respect. However, I think the substance use is fairly consistently referenced throughout, that there is some inconsistencies, underreporting, some stuff there that I think needs to be that probably needs to be addressed. And if I understand it, so I think Stillwater has an SUD program, and what that looks like in terms of entry, I don't know. And I'm like, in terms of the medium piece, like, I wouldn't necessarily want to stand in the way, but I'm always a little reluctant to, because I know that there's a DOC process and the way that needs to work. So I'm a little reluctant there. One of the things that stood out in the assessment is, I think the comp assessment even referenced that the disciplinary history that he has is dissimilar to the normative patterns, that even though you have that entry at an early age and all that sort of stuff where you see the high levels, the frequency is increasing. So another reason where I'd be a little bit reluctant on any sort of medium recommendation necessarily, but certainly I think active participation in some more pro-social programming is just crucial, and I certainly empathize with some of the issues he's described with kind of the prison politics, but maybe that would be another avenue where if you could get into the SUD treatment that's at Stillwater, like maybe that would make some sense, but I recognize it's more complicated than that.
Is that the Paradigm program at Stillwater?
Atlantis at Stillwater.
Atlantis. And is that residential? Would that cause him to be transferred out of this unit that he feels threatened by?
Well, I think we'll address that unit
Yep.
issue separately. I'll do that from a DOC standpoint. I think I think the core question, whether I think PRT was looking at the possibility of him doing Atlantis at Stillwater. I think this whole notion of placement setting, there's a part of me I like to move, to try him. I mean, there's not a big risk if his more recent stuff has not been disciplinary conduct that is violent in nature. It's really been more kind of almost, he described it like he's now deciding to choose life versus death, and that a lot of this stuff was really reflective of the negative thinking stuff. And to the extent that a change in scenery, could provide an opportunity for us to test his ability to manage that, which I would hope that he would do well based on some of the things that he's describing. And yet we have the safety net of always being able to move it back up in custody level if there would be a challenge. And go from there. I think this is a little different case in the sense that he does have a hard out date. And so for us to think about this in the context of making sure that we're using the time, whatever that is, in a way that improves his likely success and the public safety outcomes for the state, I think is one of the objectives, at least in my mind.
Could he move and still get into a CD program?
Yeah, if he were to go to Lino, for instance, CD treatment that's our largest substance use disorder treatment site, as well as the location for it.
Because I do think the discussion about CD is important, and it seems like it helps. so many others once they get in, stay in and complete.
And if I can just add a piece, I know that when they do those assessments, sometimes the assessor has a preference as to which sub-program they go to.
Oh.
So I'm not sure that one's been offered up as a suggestion at all that I read, but there might be some good information with what an assessor would say.
I have a question about his mental health needs. Diagnosed as antisocial personality disorder, but I don't see in the file where that's really been addressed or mental health treatment's been offered or he's participated in it. Did I miss something?
Well, I don't think so, but my reaction was, I think they all come with that.
Almost every single person we have has that diagnosis.
But I was really interested in, he was civilly committed for a while, and he escaped. And that made me think about mental health treatment, and that's why substance abuse treatment would be a great start.
And I had made that note too. That
I see.
Go ahead, Don. I'm sorry.
Maybe it's over dramatic, but I see him running away from insecurity, from harm, and running towards acceptance and respect and a sense of belonging. So what's there to address that sense of I'm in a dangerous spot, and what's there to encourage I belong here, I'm in a place where I can invest in? To me, that's almost like there's the two canoes that I see. And there's, I think, many opportunities to do that with CD and with the social programs, possibly with a religious program. I would hope some Native American programs likewise would address that. But where can that happen?
So, anyone have thoughts or by way of a motion that they'd like to present here?
I would make a motion that deny parole at this point. I think in light of the I feel like there's a significant amount of work that needs to occur, so I'd be probably looking at, I don't know, are there requirements on, like, is 3 years kind of the standard, or like, I guess I would look for guidance from other board members on that, but with recommendations that he, participate in some pro-social program and complete chemical dependency, that's just a very, very loose kind of recommendation that I would, or motion that I would make.
I think a 3-year continuance term has been kind of somewhat, at least in its first reviews, because it gives you a chance to put some things in place and see how folks do.
Yep.
Certainly it could be longer or it could be shorter, either way.
I'd second that motion. Just with a question, I'm of the view that you expressed that a change of scenery could be helpful for him, and if he's really motivated for Prison Fellowship Academy, it might be a motivator for him to complete the CD. I mean, they'll work with him, I think, to help pave the path. Is that something that's just left up to the department, or is it something that we could recommend? How would that best be factored into a motion like this?
I think it's certainly something that could be looked at as a recommendation to, the assessment, and really, I think, to the board would, urge that kind of movement toward medium site to just see how he manages that change, and could be built into this. And it's not, it seems, it's not unreasonable, given the circumstances, and something that could be looked at. I think, I think it is an investment at some level in him. It also is upping the stakes because we're making that investment in him, and it becomes something that hopefully he doubles down in terms of that investment himself.
So can I add that on to your
A friendly amendment? By all means, yes. I was hoping for a friendly amendment.
Yeah, or a CD, or the whole, I think, package, as somebody said.
I think if he does, and almost all of our SUD programs are really, they do have a bent toward obviously cognitive skills. Mental health stuff is built into that. Part of the prevention planning is kind of looking at the totality. Even some of the trauma stuff is built into that treatment stuff. So it's really pretty comprehensive. Most of these treatment programs are relatively comprehensive and long, based on the need. And the assessors would certainly make that determination based upon, an update of that assessment.
And consider that too.
All right, so we have a motion and a second with a series of recommendations that would really look to move him, ideally, look at substance use disorder treatment, and I think also try and put him in a place for faith-based programming, something that he can access. We do have some places and programs that would meet that need. I think certainly one of the things that this movement toward being discipline-free, and we've realized that sometimes, especially when we're talking about substance use disorder kind of issues like this, it's a process. But it sounds like Mr. Hanks has kind of identified himself on a different course than he was even as recently as July. But that we would expect that there would be that he would remain discipline-free, and as he go about this journey.
And kind of along with all of it, I think I'd like to see a little more, some work on more formalized release plan. I don't know that enough has been done, and I think it's super important that some thought start to be given to that. Even one of the things that I noted, there's no ID card, birth certificate, some of those basic that's really important to start thinking I'm going to get out of here.
Right. I think it is critical that for all these folks to really think about having their head a little bit outside of the fence, so to speak, and to build plans around that. And one of the things that will happen even in treatment, things like relapse prevention and built into their release planning is a part of that. So there's a lot more that goes into that, but I agree 100%. And I think it's really critical. Mr. Hanks is listening to this conversation, so I think it's really critical that just this would be a way of a recommendation. 3 years. I probably won't be in this role, but one of the things I would really hope that this next 3 years presents, an opportunity it presents for Mr. Hanks, is the opportunity to really come in and take a more active voice in this process. I think he has that ability, and I'm hopeful that if he can, realize some of the success that he's looking for, that he could come in and really make the case 3 years from now about his readiness, his change, his what that future looks like. That really would be a hope of, and again, I'm just laying this out there, hopefully for his sake, to really use this time to prepare for making his pitch in 3 years when he comes back before the board. So we have a motion and a second, and I believe we've provided a pretty comprehensive list of things to do. So with that, we'll do a roll call vote. To the motion, Board Member Bray?
Yes.
Board Member Larson?
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead?
Yes.
Board Member Nelson?
Yes.
Board Member Strufert?
Yes.
And Schnell votes yes.
Yes.
We have 6 ayes, no nays. The motion prevails. Mr. Hanks, you heard the entirety of the conversations. There's no secret here. Nothing happened behind the curtain. Do you have any questions about any of the things that the board has put in place and would like to see you do over the next 3 years?
Oh, what would you like me to do?
Yeah, well, all of the stuff that we just talked about, treatment and all of these things. You have any questions about the expectations, the things that we were discussing in your presence?
So am I going to stay here or get shipped out? Or
I think the recommendation of this body is that we would like to give you a chance at a medium facility.
Okay. Well, thank you.
All right. Well, and we wish you the best, and really encourage you to take advantage of this time and do well.
Yes, I will.
All right. Excellent. Thank you so much.
Good luck.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
That's to you.
All right, and just for those who are watching online, the next 2 reviews will be in-person reviews where the person being reviewed will not be on video. They will be here with us. So it'll be a few minutes before we get started on those. They haven't arrived yet.
I'm pretty sure.
They're all here.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know where you want them to sit.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'd like Terry to be around too. What's the best for the camera, do you suppose? Let's put them over here. Do you mind? No. One.
Where do you want Eric?
We'll get you up here in just a second.
They're gonna be here.
Do you mind? Sure. I mean, we can swing another table out here and we can place it in the next.
Whatever you want.
Hey, move. No.
I have to put spreading out all my stuff.
That works. Get some of my stuff out of here.
We'll have them sit over here so you can hand the camera. Okay.
I won't move it till
Yeah, let me get situated. How about if we just put them right over there?
To watch what?
You want them right here?
We could just move it over, make the table a little bit.
Will that work with the camera?
Will that work?
Yeah, that's however you want to do it.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think they did.
Matt, are you?
Yes, sir.
Oh.
Yeah.
Are we good online?
Yeah,
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes-Larson. I'm the Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and the Supervisory Review Board. We're here today to review Mr. Eric Mitchell, who is present with us at the Minnesota Department of Corrections in St. Paul, Minnesota. Mr. Mitchell also has his advocate, Mr. Matt. Can you help me?
Of course, D'Olimpia.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. The introductions are happening because we are live streamed, just so you're aware. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner, Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell. Also, the rest of the board members, Member Christine Bray, Member Andrew Larson, Member Cheryl Ramstad, Juvenile Expert Jody Nelson, and our Juvenile Expert Member Don Strufert, who is on screen. We also have the Director of Work Release, Terry Byrne, present today in case there are any questions for Terry. Mr. Mitchell, our records indicate that on November 17th of 1994, at approximately 9:30 p.m. at George's Food and Fuel in Hutchinson in McLeod County, Minnesota, you along with Harley Hildebrand entered the store, at which time you drew a gun and shot the store clerk, Mickey Wilford, in the head. Mr. Wilford died as a result of the injury. The store surveillance camera revealed Mitchell pulled out a gun on Mr. Wilford and then shot him. Mitchell then attempted to fire the gun an additional time and the gun jammed. It was also observed that Eric Mitchell then went over and kicked Mr. Wilford in the head. The videotape also revealed that Mitchell took cash from the register and fled the store. On October 21st of 1996, Eric Mitchell was sentenced to life imprisonment in a McLeod County District Court after having been found guilty of the offense of first-degree murder. On November 9th of 2021, Mr. Mitchell had his initial 27-year review with the Minnesota Department of Corrections Commissioner and his advisory panel. At that time, the Commissioner continued him for 3 years. In the 3-year period, Mr. Mitchell was allowed to transition to minimum custody and later to work release. Today, November 13th, 2024, is Mr. Mitchell's 3-year continuance review, and due to the new legislation regarding individuals who are juveniles at the time of their offense, Mr. Mitchell now has the opportunity to be reviewed by the Supervised Release Board after serving a minimum of 15 years. His confinement release date was originally November 15th of 2024. However, given the changes by the legislature regarding juvenile cases, Mr. Mitchell became eligible to be considered for release as of November 15th of 2009. Mr. Mitchell has been on work release status since August 1st of 2023, and today's review represents his second review after serving approximately 30 years of incarceration. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mitchell. How are you doing?
Good. How about you?
And sorry to interrupt. I just want to remind you guys that you will need to speak up so that everybody can hear in the room and those watching live.
Thank you.
So I'd like to start by asking you to tell us what you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
Me moving on to the next phase of my life, to be able to do exactly what I'm doing right now, but just do it from home under whatever conditions you guys set forth, to be able to start living a normal life, possibly a life without an ankle monitor, a life with a little more freedom, a little less restriction, so I can see some more of my family, because that landline that's a terrible deal. I believe I've met or exceeded a lot of the standards that were set in front of me to be able to do this. I don't just have a job, I have a career in the electrical industry. the population's not lowering, it's only getting bigger, so they're only going to be needing more power. So this is a crew that's going to last a long time. I have reliable transportation. I have my own vehicle. I got good savings, good investments. I got about $50,000 in savings now, and about $10,000 in CD accounts, short term. Most importantly, I'm not a threat to the public. Consistently proven that in the last 17 months by making good decisions, building relationships in the communities I've been put in. I didn't write you guys a letter. I was told I could. I didn't because I thought it would be disingenuous. I believe what people speak, I believe what people do speaks more than what people say on paper. I mean, how many plans have you guys seen where only about 10% was actually fulfilled a year or two later? I'm living the exact plan that we went over on my 27-year review. So I figured I would just show you instead of write it down and tell you.
So I appreciate that. Let me just, can you walk us through the last, really the last 3 years? So what your progression has been, and then give us a little more emphasis from the time you got into work release to today.
Like from minimum?
Yeah, just, when you went to minimum, what that was like, what you experienced, what the challenges, just what that was about, what this progression has meant.
It wasn't as bad or as difficult as I thought it was going to be going from Moose Lake to minimum. The few surprises I had, the crew leader and the staff there I brought up because it surprised me. We were standing on a corner waiting to put mulch in I don't know, Shoreview, I think. And I kept hearing someone say, stop, walk. And I was like, well, who was talking to me, man? And my crew leader was laughing so hard. And I finally figured, it's the stoplights talk now. It freaked me out. But it's the little things like that got me. It wasn't overwhelming. It was just so surprising. And how fast things move out here nowadays is you just got to take it a little bit slower. You're going to do something with a group of people, whatever the task is, you just know you're going to be a little bit slower until you have to do it. That's what I tell all the guys when they call me. They're like, it's going to be easy. I said, no, it's not. You're going to want to go with the flow. You want to go with what the crew is going to do, the mission is. You're absolutely going to be behind, and you're going to feel a certain way about it. You have to get over that. That's something that you have to get over with yourself. You can't match what they're doing right off the bat. I try to stress that to them. But it's hard to picture that when you have your own vision of what your life is going to be like out here, when you haven't been out here, to really see the pace that it's at out here. And then from minimum to work release, it was the exact same thing over again. It's the little surprises. Like driving. My last vehicle was a bicycle. That's how I got that. That's why I got that one major write-up in there. Because I stopped. I had to get oil because I didn't have any oil in my car. I told my dad, and he was like, "Listen, man." He was mad, but then he thought about it. He's like, "We've never had a car." So in my mind, when your oil runs out, you put it in like gas. He's like, "Absolutely not. You need oil in there." I was like, "Oh, all right." So we went and got oil. I got a rip in my front tire. I went and got a new tire. And then the third thing was I stopped at my grandma's house. She can't afford a landline, and she was dying of cancer. And she's 2 blocks away from my aunt, the only person in the family that has a landline. So I stopped. I said, "Listen, I can't stay, but I'm going to stop. We're going to take a picture. I'm going to give you a hug, give you a kiss. Then I'll get to my aunt's house. Then I'll call you." But I knowingly, willingly accept responsibility for doing that. So I tell them when they call me, it's the little things from minimum to work release that you're going to have to watch. It's the things that you know you can do, but you can't because it's not in your plan. It's not in your program. It's not on your route. So I tell them they got to pay attention to all the little things.
You talk about this vape thing. Like, what's that about? The vape, the term of vape, did they find some vape contraband?
Oh, I was in an 8-man unit. One of the kids, I don't know if he's working right now, but he was working that night. I didn't know about any of those write-ups until I got this paperwork, so I pulled him up, Samaria, and we went through every one of them. It was an 8-man room, they pulled a fire drill.
So they wrote everybody?
Yeah, everyone got that. And they knew, I talked to Samantha in my case, but we knew it wasn't mine, because it wasn't mine. I can walk outside the door and smoke a cigarette if I want to. But it's an 8-man room and there's no camera, so you can't really prove anything.
When you think about where you are, you think about this began with Ms. Holmes Larson kind of describing what happened, the offense that landed you there, and you think about where you are today. How do you describe to somebody just where you had to be at to
do what I did,
to do what you did, to take somebody's life, to kick them when they're down, to have that level of disregard for another human being, and where you are today?
I just be transparent with it. That has been the key to my success on the jobs I've been on and with my coworkers, my bosses, the companies that try to keep hiring me. Knowing my past is 100% transparency. And it's a long, terrible conversation, but they want to know, and I have answers for them. They want to see through my actions and through, working with me how I am.
So that's interesting. So they want to know, and they want to hear. What do you say? What do you say to somebody who knows something about you, right? Maybe they know you're a hard worker or whatever it may be. And now that hard conversation that you're describing has to occur. What do you say?
I told exactly the truth about how I robbed a store and I killed the clerk. And it goes from there because no one can believe it. I said, I'm not that same guy. I'm not that same mindset. I'm not that guy. And they're like, man, we've been working with you for 6 months and we would have never guessed. We thought, they see the ankle bracelet and they thought maybe DWI or something trivial. They don't think it's a violent offense and they could never guess it. But I just 100% transparency, whatever they want to know. I tell them, listen, feel free to ask whatever questions you want. I will try to answer to the best of my ability. And I will tell you the mind frame I was in then, which was just, I didn't care. It was just hopelessness. That's not the guy now. The guy thinks I'm not impulsive, I'm not hopeless.
What's the name of your victim?
Vicky Wilford.
What do you owe to that family? The people left behind?
Oh, you could never pay that back. I mean, you live an apologetic life from that point forward to never do harm again. That's the best you can do, because I can't give them their son back, I can't give them their brother back, I can't take anything back. I destroyed that family for generations with my selfish actions. Nothing you can do. The best apology is a changed life.
Do you feel like, one of the things that I think you have, I don't want to take anything away from the efforts that you put into this. Obviously, you've doubled down and you've taken advantage of opportunities that were in front of you, and that I think really put you on a path, right, to be successful. That said, I think, do you have a sense of like what your obligation is more broadly? I'm talking about at the bigger level. based on this opportunity that has been put in front of you, you've rightly taken advantage of, and to improve your own life circumstances and create a future. But do you have any sense of like obligation from a broader kind of social level?
Absolutely.
What
I
is
feel
that?
it's like with the kids on the site, especially all the little apprentices. They'll see the bracelet, I'll tell them my story, and I'll be like, oh. And I'm like, this is not what you want to be like. You don't want to have to fall into, terrible decisions, and then figure out that's not what you want to do, and then you have to bust your butt to double up after you caused harm or whatever it was that they might have done to get on a different path. I said, you were on a good path. You want to do the exact opposite of what I did. Your circle of friends is going to be the most important thing in your life. So you better choose them wisely, especially because they're all, 18, 19 years old. They're kids. And that is the most impressionable time for them. So I'm always harping on about the people they hang out with. I know I have a bigger responsibility to make sure no more me's show up anywhere, because that's not what we need.
How do you talk a little bit about like what if the board were to grant you parole, give you a date? What is the next phase? This next step look like?
Just living at home with my dad, and then probably finding my own place from there on forward. But it's going to be the same job with the same 10-hour days, doing the same thing, being able to see more of my family, hit more spots, because I'm assuming if I do get a date that I don't know how the next phase works, whether it's still landlines. If it's not, I'll be able to see more of my family because I can't see anybody with my aunt. And unless they want to drive 200 miles to Wilmer to go show up, with my aunt, I can't see them. So we just talk and text, but it'd be really nice to, see some of my cousins. They've all got little kids now. The last time I seen them, I was the babysitter for all of them. So I seen them at both of my grandma's funerals, and that's the last time I see them.
ISR would be on it's the standard, right, that you would do, but there is, you earn your way to, that stuff, and you've demonstrated some of that, your ability to manage that work release. If things were going not so well for Eric Mitchell, if that were to be the case, what would it look like to people around you?
I'd probably be more talkative. I'd be using my support a lot more.
So you're saying that if trouble was to befall you, you would probably, and you didn't take advantage of your,
Yes.
you would be withdrawing. Is that?
No. I am not a big get in the crowd kind of guy the way I am right now, and things are going fine. I'll call, we'll text, but I still like some me time. If things weren't going well and I was having trouble with it, I would be on my phone a ton. I would be calling people. I'd be like, listen, we got to talk. I need someone to talk to. I'd be calling up Jim Wynn or Dan Kane or any of the guys in the group there, or some of the guys I met at the Salvation Army, that the one that Jerome Gunn goes to. I go there to them, so they calling up Matt. I'd be like, listen, I need someone to talk to because I don't know how to deal with this. The staff at the VOA, the kids in the desk, they're super cool. I always bring up my issues with them, and we talk about it. So I've got a ton of support, and I just lay it out. Be like, here's my issue. This is what I got going on, and I try to get as much feedback as I can, and then we'll kind of cross-reference that feedback and see what's just going to work best for me in the situation I'm in now at the VOA.
Okay. Others have questions for Mr. Mitchell?
I have just a couple real quick ones. So as I was looking through your material, one of the things that I made note of was just the need for you to be very mindful of triggers to the potential for relapse. And I think there was a mention that I think your last violation within the facility was related to a relapse, I think in connection with, was it the grandfather's death? What are sort of the triggers, or do you, just kind of curious, is that something that you are continually kind of evaluating or just aware of?
Yeah, especially with the last, because I lost 5 people since I've been on word release. So it's always a continual thing in my mind. But I know that there's nothing wrong with talking to people about it. I mean, everyone hurts, everyone's sad. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. Inside, that's not a good deal.
Sure.
But once you get over that fact that it doesn't matter what anybody else thinks about what you're going through, how it might look weak or whatever, once you're over that and you're fine with being, aware of your, sadness and dealing with it, then it minimizes any kind of trigger.
Marathon runner.
Oh, that sucks.
What's your time?
That absolutely sucked.
What's your time? Did you lose any toenails?
4:40?
Oh, for the half?
Oh no, for the half you did
2:05 or something, 2:02. That was terrible.
He killed it though.
I had totally killed it.
Not at all. No, it was, and he didn't train. I just want to, he joined the training for that a bit late and managed to accomplish a pretty impressive time for that kind of run, particularly that race the City of Lakes have. But
man, that was terrible. Never again.
I don't look it. I used to be a runner, so I was just kind of curious.
I might do the 10. I know they got a bunch of 10-mile ones in between them. I think I can stick with that.
Other questions?
One of the things that was recommended in the psychological assessment was you trying to expand on your awareness of how striving to belong led to the commission of your crime. Can you just elaborate on that in terms of what you accomplished so far and what you still have left to accomplish in your estimation?
I think when I was saying that, I was talking because I was young. We were talking about why I did what I did, why I was with the people that I was hanging out with. That led me to make the decision to rob that store and take Mickey Wilford's life. It was just the total insecurity. And that's why I get on these young kids, the apprentices on the job sites, about who they're hanging out with and how they're feeling and how comfortable they are with who they are, because they're really not comfortable with it. The sooner you become comfortable with who you are, the easier your decisions in life are going to be. I was very insecure. I was very uncomfortable. So I just went with it. But I'm old now, so I mean, once you get older, you are just going to be more comfortable. You just own who you are. And once I started doing that, decades ago, everything just seemed to work out a lot better than just trying to not be who you are to please other people.
Do you feel that you still have work to do in that regard?
No, I'm pretty good with who I am now. I know that every day is a new opportunity for you to do something better, to be better, to make a better decision. Even if it's a little, even if it's just, okay, we go help this guy out over here. Even though he's a plumber. You can't. But even it's the little things that people remember. And they'll see you go help them, I'll bring one of their pipes over to them or something. And I'll catch, heck from my coworkers. But it's something little every day.
Thank you.
I just wonder if when you're in the community living with your father and you have so much more freedom, do you think that might change your thought about, I know who I am?
No, I mean, it might change little bits here and there, but the me I am, with my core beliefs that I've strived to solidify over the last 15, 20 years since I just started going a different direction. My core beliefs are going to be good. I think. I don't see much changing on that. Unless it's for the good. Yeah. I mean, you can always learn something new.
Right. Are you pretty dialed in or connected with some of the the different lifer guys that are out there, lifer groups. You talked about Dan Keene and Jim Rendon and those guys.
Yeah.
Is that something that you think?
I like that.
Yeah.
That's good. It's good to see the fellows. It's good to hear what's going on. It's good to hear the problems they bring to the table because, like with my write-up at the VOA, the best thing that happened to me was probably getting that major write-up because it opened my mind up to the possibility of more questions. I didn't know. I could have just texted Samantha or Abigail or Stephanie or any of the caseworkers here. I could just call one of the kids at the desk and be like, hey, I need to go get oil because I didn't know my car needed oil in it. And they would have been like, let me just text someone real quick. Yep, you're good to go. Call when you get there. Call when you leave. Call when you get back to your dad's. I didn't know. And so I think there's a silver lining to it. I mean, I didn't see my dad for a month, but the silver lining was it made me think more ahead that I know I have support. It's not just me trying to sneak over here and get oil or a new tire because my tire ripped open on a job site. I know I have support. So it just made that time, from that time on, it just made it so much easier.
It's a critical lesson because you talk about the small things, right?
Yep.
It is the small things.
Small.
That both on the positive, right?
Yep.
And the things that can get you jammed up.
Yep.
That lesson's critical as you think about the prospect of ISRs out there because I think, again, you can scam it, you can try to, but that's what's going to cause you this challenge. And I think it's, these are investments in trust. I think that's, when we made the decision around your step down process 3 years ago, it was really that investment to see how you would, manage this process going forward. And obviously, you're here today, and that's positive. Let's hear a little bit from Matt.
Thank you for giving me a moment to talk a little bit about the Eric Mitchell that I've gotten to know over the last year plus, year and a few months since we first met him. I'll introduce myself. My name is Matthew D'Olimpio. I mentioned earlier, member service manager for an organization called Mile in My Shoes. We're a local community nonprofit. What we do is we use the power of movement to build community and connections and healthy habits and lifestyles. And we do that by bringing running teams specifically to facilities that have people who have been historically excluded from, organizations, groups like this, like halfway houses, treatment facilities like the Salvation Army, or Minnesota Adult and Teen Challenge. We have teams at those facilities, as well as homeless shelters. We outfit everybody who runs with us that is in the program with shoes, shorts, shirts. You get a little smart watch after 20 runs, cool blue shirt after 10, and an amazing orange hoodie at 50. Which Eric looks almost as good as me in when he wears his. We offer, and when we bring members, the mentors we call them, from the community to run with the people in the facilities, we call them members, and we build community and connection through that. We've seen a lot of tremendous success. I am now, like I said, the member service manager, and in 2019 I was a resident at the same VOA that Eric currently resides at after doing a 42-month sentence for purchasing drugs off the dark web and using the mail to have them shipped to my house, which is frowned upon, I learned, in polite society. So to make some light of that. But in all seriousness, I've gotten some unexpected and interesting exposures to a variety of different people in my life. And I've been working with people at Mile in My Shoes now for 5 years, since 2019. And I've been in my current role for the last 3. Well, this is my 3rd year there. And I've gotten to know a lot of people, and I've gotten to bear witness to a lot of growth and the unexpected setbacks. I've seen friends that I care deeply about go back after making those slips, always starting with the small things that just sort of escalate from there. And I've noticed patterns, we all do. We see sort of what ends up happening, what transpires, what kind of person, and what sort of like elements seem to exist beforehand, right? And I'm going to deviate a little bit from what I had planned to say, just based a little bit about what y'all spoke about so far this afternoon. And one of that is Eric's sincerity. Well, first off, he's absolutely right. I don't really ever look up what people's crimes are that I run with. It often comes out over time. And I'd say about 70% of the people we run with, based upon self-reporting, have some experience in the criminal justice system. And we've had crimes similar to Eric's. We've had crimes, of lots of different natures. Running the gamut pretty much to everything but treason and espionage, at least to my knowledge. So I've gotten to meet a lot of different people with a lot of different backgrounds and who've done a variety of time. 2 years to, I think 32 is the longest that I've run with or met. And I think it was like it was about 6 months after meeting Eric before it came up. And I remember when he told me, he's right, I was very surprised. It is not the crime I would have guessed. It was not the situation I would have guessed. And it still didn't change my opinion of Eric. And that kind of surprised me, that it didn't change it at all. It sort of just, it made me more aware, maybe? No. And as I've gotten to know him more in this last probably 6-7 months, we talk frequently. Sometimes it's just giving me a hard time about the Jets. But we talk about the people that we run with in the house. He has been an absolute natural leader on that team for over a year. Not only does he help bring people out, but he is one of the great modulators on the team. He is one of the people that day in and day out seems to bring this very consistent, very level and very tenacious energy to each run. He is empathetic without being overly permissive, without letting people skirt their responsibility, including himself. I've never met or run with a person that's living at the VOA at the halfway house that has been so accepting of everything they've done, including all of the infractions that I personally would be like, I don't think you should get in trouble. That's stupid. And he's like, no, I knew what I needed. I did it wrong. I'm like, stop minimizing my disdain for their no. But in all, like, it is extraordinarily impressive sign of character to see someone who takes the degree of ownership that Eric does without us asking him to. No one's asking or inviting this out. This is something that comes out in natural dialogue on these runs. And a lot of times you almost have to parse out this out of him because of his humility and because of his, I think acceptance of that obligation that you spoke about earlier. And I understand that obligation. I feel I carry that weight with me every single day in what I do. It's one of the great guides of my life that I have all of this privilege that I now have an opportunity to take advantage of because I now understand the degree and the potential of that. And when I go and meet people like Eric and I get to develop a relationship with him, I mean, I can with the most sincerity tell you that I am honored to be the one that he asked to speak on his behalf today, because he constantly inspires me to be a better me. He constantly inspires me to check my own beliefs about our obligation to rules and our obligation to understand the social contract that we have accepted, in being in this society. It reminds me of the importance of minding those little things and minding responsibility, even if I don't always agree with it, right? He's inspired me to be a more present father for my kids. We talk a lot about family on our runs. We talk about different relationships and things, and I know about his loss, many of his losses since he's gone, and I'll just finish up with that, because what I wanted to tie it up by saying this is that one of the most impressive things is how much he does reach out. I know about the toxic masculinity that happens in prison, and I know what happens in the halfway houses, and I know it's a loaded term, and I understand all that, but it is real, and there is a confinement that comes with that. It can be a real struggle to express when we want help. We actually have a questionnaire that we give to all of our members when they start and when they hit 20 runs, their alumni survey. One of the questions on that, starting this year, is how comfortable are you asking others for help? And the reason we added that question onto that survey is because it is extraordinarily important for every single person in any of the facilities that we partner with to understand the importance of community. And that doesn't just mean that we give back. It also means that we accept help before it's too late, before the help becomes insurmountable, right? And learning how to humble oneself to ask for that after being exposed from youth through adulthood in one of the most toxic environments around, and for Eric to have that presence of mind, that understanding of himself and of what is required of him, to be able to consistently reach, because he reaches out to us. I run with him, and we've developed this kind of relationship, and there are so many more people, many of whom do not have the records that I have, that run with us, that will share this sentiment with me. And I find that to be one of the most telling aspects of Eric's, overall impression on me. He overcame this toxic burden and is able to reach out to people that he can read as being healthy, positive, constructive people, and knows how to say, I'm struggling with this, man, I got to get it out. I still struggle with that, and I have a completely rational and detailed understanding of why it's so important. And I will preach this to so many others, and I still struggle to do it as well as Eric does it right now. And I think that, like Eric said, these are actions that speak to what he's doing. He also has consistently shown up, which is one of the things I wanted to talk about earlier that I said I deviated from. He is one of the most consistent members that I've ever run with. I mean, he is, even despite his incredible work schedule, he's had something along the lines of, I believe, 91 runs as of this week in the just over a year that he's been there, almost double that orange hoodie that he earned. And to complete that half marathon, to know that he has these 10-hour days, he has these long Saturdays after he does his long run training with us, and he accomplished it. And he's not young. I mean, I hate to confirm that, but it's true. He's not young anymore. And as we get older, it is a lot more difficult to get that training in gear. And I saw him. I would come and drop things off, and I'd see him outside doing his burpees, doing training, getting his exercise in, even on non-run days, even on days he was off, and helping other guys with it. He's helped so many other guys in the halfway house, including guys that have slipped up. And I've heard him giving them the advice about not being such knuckleheads anymore and the responsibilities that we have. And Eric's a sight to see. And I'm really grateful that he gave me the opportunity to speak on his behalf today. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Don, were you going to say something? I cut you off.
If I may, really appreciated all the good things that are coming across here. But I'm maybe curious, what's the biggest pain in the ass you'll miss the least of your current supervision?
Oh, this bracelet.
You won't have that off for a little bit because that's part of SAR.
I would probably say the landline. That's the biggest hassle for me to get in touch with any of my family and see them and my cousins and their kids. So I can't build the relationships I should be building out here because nobody has a landline.
And you only have cell, right? You have a cell you can use, but you can't.
No, I can't visit anybody's. I can't visit their homes because they don't have a landline trenched in. They need a
they don't have a land. I understand.
Yeah, and no one does that anymore because nobody has the parts. So I
hear you.
It's more of a hurdle than I hope with my.
Okay. Is there a need that's going to be hard to replace? You're going to a new system, a new set of rules, regulations, and boundaries. Is there a need that's going to be most difficult to replace?
Oh, man. Probably the fact that I won't have the kids or the staff at the VOA just to run back from work from and tell them all my problems and see if they can help me out with them. It'll be me and my dad and my support group. So hopefully they're technological savvy over there because I am not.
Okay. I got you. Thank you. Best to you.
All right.
Thank you.
At this point, I'm going to close the discussion and open it up to the board members, only for discussion about next steps.
Well, I'll make a motion to move to community supervision.
Okay, that would be a motion to parole. His parole eligibility is Friday, but I think the 15th, right? But we would need 60 days, so we would be looking at, just in order to get that release plan approved by the agent and agent assignment and so forth done, it'd be like a January 15th would be what we'd be looking at on a 60-day out. Is that?
It's a Wednesday.
It's a Wednesday. It's a weekday.
Yep.
So, is that the motion? Chris? That's the motion?
Yes.
Okay, that's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
And there is a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Just point of information, what's the name of the status he's going to?
He would be.
He's been in work release 1. He's going to where?
He would be paroled, so he would actually be on parole status, and he would be subject to. We have a step down process in terms of this intensive supervised release, where he would go through a process of working with that agent, and which has continually more and more freedom and progress as you do that, and so that's what that looks like.
And that step-on process could continue, well, pretty variable, or depending upon, here again, performance, or depending upon the supervisor that he has.
Yeah, he moves. He does not come back before this board because he is on parole status. The only way he would come back before this board if there was a violation, and we were to have to address a violation.
Okay.
And so the agent will determine that, along with the hearings and release unit, what that process looks like when he moves from ISR to the regular straight supervised release.
Good.
Okay, there's a motion and a second, and just by way of, so there's clarity that the conditions would be established and set by HRU, and so with that, we'll do a roll call vote. Board Member Bray.
Yes.
Board Member Larson.
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead.
Yes.
Board Member Nelson.
Yes.
Board Member Struford.
Yes.
And Schnell votes yes. 6 ayes, no nays. Motion prevails. Congratulations, Mr. Mitchell. You will be paroled effective January 15th, 2025, which just gives us that window to be able to get an agent assignment and to get your release plan approved by that your agent. All right?
Thank you.
All right. Good luck to you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Is Lyle and my shoes also inside the prison walls in some states?
We are currently only operational in the state of Minnesota. We did have a plan, actually, in 2020 to start visiting the prisons, starting actually, I think it was Moose Lake and Lino Lakes. And we have some indirect connections with a group called Running for Change that runs inside the prisons. However, the pandemic shut down access, and we are just currently reestablishing it. So we hope to be running within the prisons sometime in the next year or two.
And they're the group that does marathons actually within the prisons. There's a Delta Airlines video.
Yeah,
that's
we sent
really good on that.
We sent Andre, one of the gentlemen that does that, a pair. We sent him funds to purchase a new pair of his New Balance running shoes because we weren't able to send him a new pair of shoes from our supply because he had essentially worn out his shoes from running so much inside. He did one almost every day. It was a powerful story.
That was one of your
Yeah.
Congratulations.
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 Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm gonna get you some of this.
I know.
And yes.
heard it's
Your
light
agent
at
gets
first,
to be
but it gets to lose a lot faster. I heard it's light at first, but it loses up faster.
Is Calvin here?
Nope, very much so.
All right. Oh, he's not scheduled till 4, isn't he? Is it 4? Yeah. He wasn't scheduled until 4.
He'd be here by now, but.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Hopefully you can get here earlier. I mean, it's only 3:42. Kelvin's not scheduled until 4, but Terry thought he would be here already. He's gonna see if he's left the halfway house yet.
Sounds good.
What's the code? 1620. Let's look at this thing just to make sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Just in case.
Hard.
You have a place for me to have a seat?
Have a seat right up here.
Oh, yeah.
Are you expecting Coley?
Yes, I am.
There's a
All right.
I am
Netflix documentary about her. Oh, it's gonna be interesting.
Hello.
All right, we're going to get started, and then Coley can join us. Good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes-Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release in the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review Mr. Kelvin Boswell, who is present with us at the Minnesota Department of Corrections in St. Paul, Minnesota. Mr. Boswell also has his mother present. And would you like to introduce yourself?
My name is Felicia Bobo.
Thank you, Felicia. I appreciate it. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with board members Christine Bray, Andrew Larson, Cheryl Ramstead, juvenile expert Jody Nelson, and we also have juvenile expert member Donald Struffert on the video participating today, along with the Director of Work Release, Mr. Terry Byrne. On November 10th, 2004, Minneapolis police were dispatched to a shooting. Upon arrival, officers found the victim, Cesar Cano, in the driver's seat of an automobile with a bullet wound to the head. A bullet also passed through the jacket of one of the passengers in the vehicle. Kelvin Boswell Jr. was later identified as a shooter who approached the vehicle on foot, looked inside the vehicle, pulled out a semi-automatic gun, and fired 3 shots. On September 2nd of 2005, Kelvin Boswell Jr. was sentenced to 360 months in Hennepin County District Court after having been found guilty of the offense of second-degree murder with intent. Mr. Boswell was also found guilty of second-degree assault, deadly weapon, and sentenced to 60 months stayed for 10 years consecutive to the murder sentence. Due to new legislation regarding individuals who were juveniles at the time of their offense, Mr. Boswell now has the opportunity to be reviewed by the Supervised Release Board after serving a minimum of 15 years. His confinement release date was originally February 6th of 2025. Given the changes in the legislature regarding juvenile cases, Mr. Boswell is eligible to be considered for release as of November 19th, 2019. Mr. Boswell was initially reviewed June 25th of 2024 and advised at that time he would remain on work release status on a more while he worked on a more comprehensive release plan. Mr. Boswell has been on work release status since March 5th of 2024. Today's review represents his second review after serving approximately 19 years of incarceration. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner?
Good afternoon, Mr. Boswell. How are you today?
I'm doing pretty good.
Good. I'd like to start with the standard question. What would you like to see happen as a result of today's meeting?
I guess I don't even know how to answer that, in my position to expect anything. I just know that I'm just being the best person I could be. I know February 6th of 2025, I'm going to be released, and I'm just trying to do the best I can until then. It's hard for me to say what to expect or that I expect anything,
Talk about how it's gone on work release.
It's going pretty good. In the beginning, it was rough. I had a lot of anxiety. had some panic attacks before I even knew what they were. That's what encouraged me to sign up for therapy, so I've been having therapy. Just getting used to the world is a lot. I think I have to check my response to the world more so than most people because of my position. But apart from that, I had a lot of blessings. I found myself in moments where I was sitting in the living room of my mother's house with my little brother. And it was a very emotional time because, I don't know, it was just, probably it was about 7-something, it was getting late. You know, the flicker of the light of the TV was on. I had my back up against the couch, I was sitting on the floor. My mom was falling asleep, my brother was in and out of the house. And it was a moment for me. You know, I hadn't felt that since I was 15 years old. So it humbled me, and I appreciated it. And the only thing I'm trying to do is not have any expectations from anybody except for myself, and to go home and love my family and let them love on me. And that's all I want. So,
Can you talk about some of the, you know, the kinds of anxiety and where that stemmed from? You know, that, you know, when you first were out there.
Well, I think you would think that you'll get used to the chaos behind those prison walls. But I just think coming in at 15 years old and having to learn my environment and develop in that way made me that way. You always had to be, you know, on your square. You had to always look around you, wondering what's going on. And so when I got out in the world and I was around large groups of people that I didn't know, never met, some professional, some not so, it was just a lot. You just didn't know what to expect. And you almost think that people can read you and know you've been incarcerated. One of the moments that gave me the most anxiety is I was allowed to go to the DMV. I went to go get my permit and eventually my license. And while I was standing in the line, I had got there early. I probably was the second person in line. And about 10 to 15 people back, there was this guy just staring at me. And this is probably Mr. Gates, because he's my advocate.
Yeah.
And it is. Can I answer?
Yeah, just, yeah.
Hello?
I know where he's at.
I'm on the first floor. Maybe you might see Terry. I can go out there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay. He's about to go out there to come get you. Okay. And he started walking towards me, and that gave me a lot of anxiety because I didn't know him. At least I didn't think I did. And he walked up, and he did like this. And I grabbed his hand. He shook my hand. He said, "You don't know who I am?" And I said, "No." And he said, "I'm Jesse." And I don't know of course y'all don't know, but he was a part of the men and women whom I had issues with and had issues with me when I was a child. That was a part of, not directly, but indirectly part of my case. And he said, I just wanted to let you know that I'm happy that you're out here. And I just told him I appreciate it. You know, it was a moment of anxiety, but I just felt like at that moment, like, you know, God been taking care of me this whole time. You know, outside of my mom and my family, I just feel like God been showing me grace. You know, in spite of my horrible decision that I made that day. You know, so I mean, it's things like that. You never know who you're gonna run into. You don't know if somebody's still upset with you. You know what I mean? You know, you want to do everything right. You know, and my senses is heightened. Not so much anymore, but when I first got out. So those are just some of the things that, yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about the maybe some of the challenges you had with the planner? Which I just read about. I don't know that much about the planner. Yeah, so just talk a little bit about some of the challenges that existed there.
That's an odd question. I mean, just from my perspective. So
I think it's why is it a non-question?
Because those are the halfway house rules, and I think that they deal with that stuff on a daily basis. And I sit down and talk to staff. That stuff has been there way before I got there, and it's going to be there after me. But I don't know. I don't know if I can necessarily.
So why do you think I would ask that question?
I mean, obviously, there has been something that's maybe been in the paperwork that says maybe I've had some issues.
Well, there was some frustration, right? There were some issues of frustration, and that, that frustration kind of, spilled out a little bit, and frustration is going to happen, right? That's life, right? I certainly have my days of frustration, and the only reason I bring it up is because you've done a really good job. I think you've done a really good job. The thing that it's those really, we were just talking about this with somebody else before, it's the little things, right?
Yeah.
And when I think you're in that place where you're transitioning, right? You have a hard out date no matter what, right? You're done. And at least you're done with the custody side of this. You're moving on. You move on to supervised release. But I think for me, I look at it and I think, is the kind of the expectations that can go along with this change going to be a challenge as Kelvin progresses, right? Because I'm thinking about supervised release or ISR, whatever that looks like. That stuff, is that going to be a challenge? Because the last thing I want to do is I want you to be out there and doing what you want to do and need to do for your family, for yourself, for the good of the community, which clearly you're invested in. But these little things can become a thing.
Yeah.
That's why I raise it. Yeah. So am I worried about nothing?
Yeah, and the only reason why I say that is because I think I'd be much worse if I was trying to be perfect. Many people in this world, on my side of the fence, who committed crimes, and people on your side of the fence who maybe have never committed a crime.
Maybe.
Sometimes. Don't necessarily have bad intentions when they step out of a line or anything like that. You know what I mean? Or some people cut corners and stuff like that. Though that wasn't my intention. And if we're talking about a specific incidents when I was 10 blocks up from the location I was supposed to be at, me and my family, with my nieces and nephews, we went to a grassed area with grills and stuff like that. Honestly, I didn't even know I couldn't go 10 blocks up. I went to my location, I checked in, the family wanted to go somewhere, and we went somewhere 10 blocks up. And Jeff called me and he's yelling at me, "You need to get back right now. You're not where you said you're going to be." I said, I'm in Bloomington. I'm basically at my sister's house. I'm 10 blocks up. He said, "No, you're a mile up. You're supposed to be on the west side. You're on the east side." I was like, okay. You want me to go back to my family's house? Or, "No, get back to the house right now." And I came back. And, that was that. I wasn't trying to pull the wool over anybody's eyes.
Right.
I'm not trying to break rules.
Right.
And I honestly believe, to answer your question, I'm not going to have no trouble February 6th when I go home with anybody's rules. I am telling you, Commissioner, that's a lifestyle that I no longer live before I left prison. I'm not trying to break anybody's rules, nothing. I just want to go home and love with my family.
No, so I get it. I get it. I'm not saying that you're out there scamming. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying that, I'm putting this in the context of the frustration, right? Because what can happen, and is that you're living your life in the way that you in a good way, right? But then you have bureaucracies, things like supervisions, things like obligations that can happen, and that stuff can create frustrations, right? There's going to be frustrations, and what I want to the only thing I want to make sure of is that when that happens, which is going to happen, right? Somebody was sitting here who I'm sure had frustrations along that way, but I think in being able to manage that frustration and not having it spill over, that's the concern, because sometimes spillover, then the reaction and the response is we need to get them in here, and that's not what we want to do.
Yeah.
And so that's all I'm saying here. You're on the right path, but it is, and some of it ties to this anxiety stuff, right? Too. It's just I want to make sure that that you keep that stuff up, because that sounds like it's been really good for you.
I feel like with therapy, the love and the support that I get from my family, from Mr. Gates, you know what I'm saying? Just my purpose on myself that's what's gonna keep me in line. There was a situation at the halfway house, and I'm not just bringing it up to throw Jeff Lundquist under the bus or nothing like that, but there's a situation when he was frustrated about when my pass got handed in and when it didn't.
We read a little bit about this because it's in the summary in there.
Yeah, he threw a piece of paper at me. He called me out my name. And when I did the right thing, I walked away. Later on, I wrote it up. Every staff in that house jumped on the bandwagon with him and overlooked him. That was a test for me. Why is this man yelling at me? Because he's trying to figure out when I put it in my past. And it wasn't a question of whether I was trying to get over or not. It was just a question of what time. Was it 5 minutes before the end of when you can hand in a daily planner, or 5 minutes after? Nobody cared. I noticed that for a long time. When I do something wrong, it's going to be magnified. Everything I do right is going to be overlooked. And that's just life. Not just for me, but for many people. So I say that to say, moving forward, you ain't got to worry about me. And this is not me saying that trying to prove anything to the commissioner, to the board. This is just who I am. I'm tired. Mentally, spiritually, I'm just tired. I just want to be with my family.
Yeah, I get that. But here's the thing. When you talk about being tired, I think what our interest, what I think, I'll speak for myself, what my interest is, I just think about the first time that we connected.
Yeah.
Remember?
I've seen you a few times, met you a couple times.
Right.
But
when we met. In the process, right? In the process of some of these meetings and that kind of stuff.
Okay, yeah.
And I think there's no secret. Like I had my concerns, right?
Absolutely.
And I shared that with you. And yet at the same time, I wanted to see you have an opportunity to do something here, right? Because you're coming out anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And I want you to be in a place where you can test yourself, where we can deal with that stuff. But when I hear, so I'm not gonna put your support person here on any type of pedestal, but I would say that he faced many of these challenges. There's a number of many people that that are out there, Kevin, others, right, that have addressed these challenges, and I only say this because when I hear like that, the notion of like I'm tired, I'm done with it. I just spiritually, physically, all that stuff.
Yeah. Don't
give up, man, because that's the last thing, and there is this. There's an irony that I think that I've learned more and more about where does strength come from, and sometimes it's not in being right; it's in being present, right? It's just that sometimes being vulnerable actually increases a person, what the level of power that they have. And it's a weird irony. And yet, sometimes what ends up happening is power is oftentimes who can push hardest. I'm tougher than you. I can do this. I can make this happen. And in the end, that doesn't always work. And it's not about. I don't expect you to bow to the man. That's not at all what this is about. There is an element in the system that says, look, you took something really valuable, right? And there is a price to pay for that. And at the same time, there is an opportunity to be redeemed. And I think you've done a lot in that front. And I really admire, probably more than anything, you being willing to engage in this counseling stuff or this therapy stuff that you talk about being really important to you. And I admire that in you, and I hope you give into that level of vulnerability, because that's where your power is going to come from. But that's just my 2 cents. And I've seen that in a lot of the people who have really done well, has been that ability to look at the lessons of life around them and be vulnerable to that. And I think that's where sometimes the power and the admiration for what they've been able to accomplish comes from. And so, just say leave it at that.
Yeah, I chime in.
Yeah, you can.
One thing I would like to say on his behalf is, being somebody who's been in his shoes and walked those footsteps, right? Everything that he's done is trending up.
Yeah, I'm with you.
And so I think, as far as what we're sitting here for, what's the use of potential if there's not given the opportunity? You know what I'm saying? Like, the challenges he's faced, and we've all faced, but we're all different individuals. But we face these challenges going through this transition and these hurdles. And it's hard when you're being mishandled to maintain your composure.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? And so, under the conditions that he's been through, that I've witnessed, because I've gone in and spoke to staff on his app. I spoke to him. When he messes up, I'm on his heels, no breaks. And so I spoke to him and I spoke to staff, and I would just hope that it would be seen like, listen, he's coming from a place of being undeveloped, but he's always trending up. From incarceration to now, he's always trending. From his mistakes, he owns them, and he's trending up. And I would just hope that the board would consider and take these things into play, because it's hard when you're in the halfway house and you're being mishandled, because that's exactly what it is. You're being mishandled because we're flawed human beings, all of us, even including the staff that work there. And so when you're under that type of pressure, to maintain your composure is extremely hard.
Yeah, and I hope you hear loud and clear that I'm giving you credit for the stuff that you are doing, right? These are things, I bring it up only because those challenges are going to be there in supervision, right? That's you live this, right? You know that. And at the same time, what I want you to hear loud and clear, what I admire in you is the fact that you made yourself vulnerable and you found help when you needed it, and how much that's helped develop you. I admire, and I want you to hear that. Other thoughts or questions for Mr. Boswell?
I'd like to hear more about your hope or your ambition, your initiative to speak with youth. Now, what are some of the messages, or what are some of the big lessons that are most important for you to get across when you're in that leadership or modeling or mentoring position?
I don't know. I think I just would have wanted somebody who's in a state of mind that I'm in now, or I would have wanted somebody before I got to prison, like Coley Gates or Jerome Nunn, some of the mentors that I've been around when I was incarcerated. So part of that message, part of the message I received from Cody Gates and others, and my grandmother and my mom, is sold into my message. But that would be like you ain't your worst decision. Like it's okay to sit with that decision that you made that was wrong. Take accountability, but you have to move on. A rear view mirror is just meant to be, glanced at. But if you want to move forward, you got to continue to look forward. Remember the things that you did wrong. Remember the things that you also did right. But I think the biggest thing is I'm kind of dancing around it, but just throughout the years, I wanted to do something called the YES program, and that's an acronym for Youth Empowerment Support System. And in the city that I come from, and that I live in now at the halfway house, it's a lot of turmoil. And honestly, my whole thing is, number one, I want to curb the youth's appetite for violence, and just replace it with opportunity. I don't got everything figured out, but the hope is that I can catch somebody before they got to the point where I was, to be those mentors that I had after I got to prison when it was too late. That's just my main goal, is to take the violence away, take the appetite for violence, and replace it with something positive. And then, my story is not just look where I came from and look what I've been through and look what I'm doing now, but my story is you don't want to go that route because it ain't worth it. That's where I'm at. And there was a couple other things too. There was a story that actually inspired me to actually want to do that. And I just don't like throwing it out there, but I want to get a little bit more involved and in tune and do more research and really hit the ground running before I start putting it out there,
And you can do it one person to one person, right? I mean, that right now, right? You when you meet young people that you can influence, that's just one of the ways you can do it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to take it like just a, we're in a weird spot here, right? Because you have a heart out, and yet you have you're eligible for release, obviously, because of the circumstances. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a motion to move you to supervised release or parole, and I'm gonna and this isn't, you aren't getting much out of this. I'm just gonna be really honest, because even though you're eligible today, we have to get you an agent assigned, right? We have to get your release plan approved, which is not a big deal, but that takes like a 60-day lead time in order to get that in, right?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna move I'm gonna make a motion that we would move you to supervised release or parole, and this effectively on January 13th, which is Monday, 2025. So what are you getting about out of that? 3 weeks. 3 weeks is not much.
Yeah.
But I want you to at least hear that, like, there's an investment in you and the things that you've been doing, and to keep doing the things you're doing, and go from there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That's
Second.
the plan.
There's a motion, there's a second. Any other conversation?
Well, just a question. Why January?
Because
logistically?
it's 60 days in order to get that
Yeah.
agent assignment, and because we send this now to Hennepin County assigns an agent, the agent then goes and you've been through this, investigates the release plan where he's gonna live, and does that. So that is just the 60 days that's the bureaucracy, right? It's just the system. It's not about anything that you did, it's just what we have to do.
If he was released February 6th, 25, would there still be that 60 days?
We would effectively, 60 days prior to that, send that same plan to Hennepin County requesting an agent. So we would do that, November 26th or no, December 26th, we would, that 2 months prior to. So it's the same thing, but we're just doing it a few weeks earlier. All right, the motion and a second. The conditions would be established by HRU as we would go forward. So with that, I would do a roll call vote. Well, first, I would just make sure, Cooley Gates here, is there anything else that you want to say?
There's really not too much. Do the paperwork. Only thing I would say is release them now, but you know that.
but you know that we.
Yeah, I get it.
We can't do that. Mom, anything you want to say?
All been said.
Okay, good. Well, he's done a lot of work, and he's done well. It's been a road, and you're there. So. With that, I'll do a roll call vote. Board Member Bray?
Yes.
Board Member Larson?
Yes.
Board Member Ramstad?
Yes.
Board Member Nelson?
Yes.
Board Member Struford?
Yes.
And Schnell votes yes. 6 ayes, no nays. The motion prevails. You will be moving to parole supervised release on the 13th of January. And so I just wish you well, continue to do good stuff. Go from there.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, you can.
On ISR, he's going to ISR?
Yeah.
So what phase will he be on?
We'll work through that.
Not the agent. I'll work with the agent on it.
Okay.
Are you making a pitch on something or what?
I was some people come out on 1, some people come out on 2, and I was just wondering, what were you?
We'll talk to the agent here. I'm presuming that you would advocate 2.
At least 2, because anything else.
It won't be any more than 2.
Because you're being punished. It's almost like you're being punished.
You step back. It's a step back.
Can I say something? Because I'm getting confused. For the last so many years, I've been talking to my caseworkers while I was incarcerated, and they've been telling me I'm going to be released on regular parole February 6th.
Regular supervised release?
Yeah, not intensive supervised release.
No, you'll be on intensive supervised release. And we'll just work with your agent and see, because the agent can say what they want for conditions as well. And we discuss those and come up with your plan based on where you say you want to reside, where you're working, and those kinds of things. Mm-hmm. Keep doing well. You should be fine.
Yeah, always. That's just.
And if you have questions, ask.
I have some right now I would like to ask. Is that okay? I'm not trying to press, but this is my life. So, I left. There's been people who has left from minimum and medium on regular parole with the same crime as me, and I'm stepped down from that in work release, and I'm leaving on intensive supervised release.
We can talk with your, so let me tell you ultimately what happens. When they put out an agent assignment, the agent supervisors recommend what they believe you should be supervised as.
Okay.
And I tell you ISR because I believe that that's what they will say. But we'll have a discussion with them. Yeah. But it is typically ISR, and in a situation such as yours, we do try to go to phase 2 instead of phase 1. Because otherwise it feels a little more strict.
Yeah, step back, right?
Right.
In some cases.
And as long as you have your work, your residence, those kinds of things, I can usually get that to pan out.
And if I have to exert some influence, just don't use my name. I'm going to call Schnell and talk to him about this.
That doesn't work.
I'm just giving you a brief. I'll have Becky and I have some conversations. That's DOC stuff that we can set the board. It doesn't have to be involved in that kind of stuff. But
and this is not even me trying to ask or something or think I'm entitled. I'm just saying
you're asking the
conversations
conversations
that I held with caseworkers.
And I think it's a reasonable question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if that changes anything, I would do that extra 2 weeks, 3 weeks in the halfway house just to be able to.
No, I don't. It's not conditioned upon that early release, right? No, it's not. That's not the driving consideration here.
But I'll work through it with the agency, what they say.
All right. Yeah, I appreciate it.
All right. Well, good luck to you. Congratulations. And
appreciate it.
I look forward to hearing more about the YES program.
Yeah.
As it gets developed. All right. And then also keep an eye out for.
Speaking of, can I get reimbursed for gas money?
Oh yeah, here we go. All right.
That might go me.
Appreciate it.
I appreciate everybody here. Thank you.
Good luck.
Well, thank you so much for being here today too.
Thank you for having me.
Julie, as always, it's good to see you.
Likewise.
All right.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Mr. Gates, finally. The real Mr. Gates.
I hope you heard good things. I've seen, but I don't know.
She was a commissioner while you were.
Okay. Yeah, I know. Okay.
I see it.
You as well.
Nice to meet you. Take care of yourself.
Y'all have a blessed day.
Thanks for showing up today.
No problem.
We have just a couple items of business that we just quickly go through. We would be looking for a motion to approve the minutes of the that's not the one. October 22nd meeting. Motion and a second. Discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Voice vote. Aye. None? Aye. Okay. And then just a couple of items to mention that we want to make sure folks are aware of. These are so just the input and discussion regarding the psychological reports. And this is, we're talking here about the assessments and, the psychologist, and it's not something we need to do right at this moment, but it would be really helpful sooner than later to provide input to Aubrey and Becky. And these are some of the questions they asked, just how clear and understandable are the risk assessment reports, especially the neurodevelopmental sections, and helping make any informed decisions. Remember that portion and the stuff that's covered in that is statutory. And so when the statute was, the language was put together, and they went out and began to research exactly what that meant. And so this was the research that was put together. But I think they're really looking for how helpful that is, or other things would be helpful. What would that be? Do the reports cover, in your views, the relevant aspects of the individual's developmental history and levels of current functioning? And are there areas that you would like the psychology team to further explore relative to that? And then any specific suggestions for improving the overall quality or utility of the reports is input that folks would like. And certainly just in the interest of time, it would be something that if there are things that you think would be beneficial or useful, to let us know. We've had some conversations just about looking at trying to get like descriptions of different programs and some of that kind of stuff when we hear LANIS or PFA or there's different things, just to make that a little bit more clear where that's at, what that looks like, the length of the average length of some of these programs. Where we've been talking about putting some of that together.
And where they're located.
Yep, exactly. So
I did put a document in the OneDrive for you guys that has all of the programming listed, and it does have the length and facilities.
Great.
It's ever evolving, just so you know.
I'm
But
sure.
as of right now, that's what they have.
Second of all, we've been Becky and I have been having some meetings with some advocacy groups who are doing national work around parole boards, and specifically the parole area, focusing on the youth who are certified and sentenced as adults. And the conversation, we've had one, we have another meeting coming up, and we'll bring this back. They just provided a document yesterday with some information that we'll bring to the next meeting, or have included in the packet. But it was just a series of recommendations that they would like considered, and effectively what they're advocating for is that with those particular cases, that they would really provide a legal advocate would be made available to each of these cases coming up, and that they would help them prepare in advance of the hearing, put together kind of any information that it would be useful, and really serve as more of an advocate, but with a bit more of a legal bent. And we saw that play out with the case with Jane Ann Murray from the University of Minnesota Law School. And then they would still have that option of having that personal support person be a part of this. And they've made a series of recommendations around what the role of that legal advocate would be, how they would be used, what they can, and where they would be used, or their voice would be included, and where it wouldn't be. So we'll provide that information that they just sent us late yesterday for us to discuss. Some of the questions that we've started to ask was just, they're really focused on that particular segment of the population. And yet, I think as a board, it does raise the question, if we're going to grant legal advocates for people who, because they were under age 18 and they were sentenced as an adult, certified and sentenced as an adult, is there any equity concerns relative to people who don't have that status? And how do we grapple with that as making sure that there is a more level playing field as we do this? And then I also think that one of the challenges for us is sometimes that advocacy can result in recommendations for decisions that a one-off decision is not a problem. But if we have everybody that we're going to start to say we're going to turn cases in 6 months, 8 months, 12 months, what's going to happen is we're going to get to a point where we cannot manage the number of hearings that we have, and it can become really, really challenging. And so I think these are just some of the dynamics. I think as a new board and an entirely new process for us to talk through and think about. And then they've also talked about an interest, and they're doing some training in other states, focused in some cases on the brain development science and some of that kind of stuff that they certainly would make available to us, and we can get more information from them and bring that back after we meet with them again, I think next week.
Yeah, I'd go to any training they have, like in California.
Yeah.
Hawaii.
They were willing to come here.
One of the other things just to think about that they did bring up during that meeting was submitting documentation to the board members. So I don't know how, I don't think they're talking just a letter of support.
Mm-hmm.
So there's something to think about.
They would?
Yeah, they talked about it a little bit.
The legal advocate.
The legal advocate would get to submit their own report.
Well, I thought that, was it Jan Murray, is that the name?
Jane Ann Murray, yeah.
Okay, I mean, she got my attention. I didn't know who she was, but in the way that she talked and the the couple of issues that she raised that I found myself, well, yeah, what about that? Yeah, I'm curious about, more collateral stuff in the assess. Anyway, not to get into the specifics of it, but she got my attention. So I'd be interested to know more from a legal advocate.
And then I think there is a level of what is our role, and then when we start to think about the whole notion of they talk about the fact that we do not want this to be adversarial, and yet what can happen is you have competing reports where different paid psychologists or others are engaged to produce reports. Then the board has to weigh which one they want to give more weight to. It does become a bit more like the court process that can happen as it relates to sentencing. And but there is also a place where being able to disagree is being able to disagree. And so I think these are just things as a board that we'll have to work through and have conversations about and make some decisions.
Are we open to setting like other kind of meeting time for this kind of conversation rather than like right now at the end of a hearing where I'm exhausted?
Yeah, I mean, we can do that. I think we would.
I'd be glad to.
We would set another time or date. It could be evening, it could be whatever.
It would have to be an open meeting.
An open meeting, it would be be broadcast, and we would have to publish the agenda. But and provide opportunities for public input and that kind of stuff. And I'm certain that that the groups themselves would love to have the opportunity to provide that public input. And we had conversations with them about this. There's challenges where, while the advocacy group talks about the fact that doing this is not intended to be adversarial, and yet there are certainly times when it gets adversarial and the decisions are disagreed with or whatever. And I have a couple of those matters pending from prior to the board study, and so those are some of the reasons.
So this is more in theory, not digging into the weeds. So I'm thinking we'll report. That's like all the other reports. We can read it, we can weigh it, and we can make a decision. But they would have the right to come in and talk.
And speak to it as part of their representation of that.
We like a really lengthened hearing process.
And that is one of the things that you're adding additional voices, which is can be a good thing from the standpoint of information, but it also can become challenging.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think we'd have to be mindful of the scheduling because these tend to get to be full day, and we'll just have to go into it with, I think, our eyes open. I have zero problem with any of what you've suggested. An additional 200-page report to review on top of the 200 pages record.
Well, we did a big increase today.
Hey, I've become quite the skimmer, though. I don't know about you. Yeah.
I haven't mastered that part yet. I'm getting there.
I'm like, okay.
We'll provide information. They just gave, like I said, provided some of the information yesterday. We'll get it in the packet for next time, just so you can see what's there. And then I think we can work on scheduling another meeting just to talk through some of the business side of this. But I think it would be good to refine and define what are the issues that we all want to focus on. We could actually bring in our psychologists to have a more direct conversation about some of the stuff they're looking at. So there could be, just even things around case management. There's some things in PRT reports that I would like to, sometimes they may make reference to the things that may not always be clear, and so because they're thinking that they're writing to another internal audience, and so making sure that there's more clarity about some of that are things that we've been trying to.
I was going to say this with some of the PRT stuff. Even honestly, this will sound silly. Like even the order in which it's put in the packet, where it's the most recent all the way back to the first, it's almost like you're reading the book backwards to front.
Yeah.
And then like I find myself kind of second guessing. It's like, because you're reading backwards in history and not forward in history.
Yeah, exactly. You're getting the most current report, and then all the annual reports are after that.
Yep.
So, and I think if there are things that that as a board we would like to see done differently, we can go back and say, look, we would really prefer to get the information in this way, or there are things that are not helpful, or things that are not in there that you'd like to see in there. These are all things that I think we can talk through.
Well, I think you had maybe made the comment, we're kind of building the airplane as we're flying it a little bit. So,
and that's the other thing I think that just to be clear, I think we've gotten some letters from people who have talked about just their feeling that like some of our first meetings, like the board didn't really know like what they should do or could do. Well, yeah, of course. This is a developmental process, right? We're all learning, and I think just even trying to get more comfortable around the language we're using, and I think we've gotten there a little bit with we're not going to advance parole, but we're going to do this. I think it's coming. It's really coming together. But I think it's people sometimes, folks, especially in the system, like would expect that we should all behave like we've been doing this forever. And it's just not the reality of the world.
Well, and corrections is a whole other
system,
vocabulary, all of that. I mean, I would love in that meeting just a moment to say, how am I doing on this board? I'm very aware of, being a little awkward, not knowing how to, what phrase do I use or whatever, and yet wanting to show up, with what I represent. I don't know. I'd love to. We've been at it for 6 months, so.
It's been 6 months, yeah.
I
It's
think
almost
July
6
we
months.
started. So good time to say how we doing and.
I think we have 2 meetings in the month of this.
Do we have December 3rd and December?
I thought it was just
9th,
one.
right?
Just one.
One in December?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Because
Yeah. We can look maybe at seeing what we could do for sometime maybe in January or February. He's like, oh, this is pushing it back. To maybe find a meeting, and we can do it at a creative time. It doesn't have to be in the afternoon like this. We can do it in whenever, as long as we publish it and broadcast it and schedule it and so forth. And I think we could just spend some time talking about all of these kinds of things.
That'd be great. I'd like to.
Go from there. Okay.
So if you could just think about those questions that are on there and
shoot them over to Becky.
Shoot them over to us. We'll kind of collectively put them together and share them with them.
And we can share them with all the members too. Just once they have them all together, they can send them out to all of us. Okay, and then just anybody signed up for public comment? No. Okay, seeing none. The next meeting is going to be December 3rd, 2024, 11:15 to 4:30 ish. And one of the things we'll work on too is just on the scheduling some of these things, because sometimes you do run quicker, sometimes we're longer, but trying to make sure that we have people available and here a little bit early, or create a mechanism where we can notify people, hey, if you're scheduled for 4, you may want to be here at 3:15 or 3:30 and ready to go. Just so we're addressing that. So with that, a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
And we're adjourned.
Thank you, everybody.
I think we do.